Solis, The Magellan Run, a short story, by J.P. Springett II. Copyright 2026, all rights reserved. Epigraph. The void is not empty. Death watches there while we sleep. Chapter 1. McCain Station.
McCain Station never slept. It just drifted on the ragged edge of Directorate territory, circling the dead orange hulk of a planet that had been named Epsilon 556. The station was a vast combat outpost, one of hundreds spread through the sector. 100,000 Marines, contractors, and civilian lifers were packed into the aluminum arteries of the station, and the air inside always carried the same smells: ozone, copper, and endlessly recycled breath. I was in the gymnasium where the smell was modified by sweat and adrenaline. I stopped my exercises for a moment, dragged a towel across my face, and reset the kinetic press. Down on the decks just below me, the mass driver cannons were running drills again, each firing cycle sending a dull tremor up through the floor grates. After a while, you stopped hearing it as noise. It became a pulse, something to breathe with. I pushed the weight, again. On the wall monitor, I watched silent tactical footage that had recently been provided by intelligence. I could see the jump hole telemetry, first contact, weapons engagement, and then the results. Broken hulls and a half-dozen ships peeled open like fruit. Between sets, I watched the enemy's engagement patterns and memorized the black scars their plasma left on the reinforced titanium skin of Directorate ships that would never come home. The Directorate liked its service members stripped down to the load-bearing parts: muscle, endurance, discipline, obedience. Anything soft got trained out of you, filed away with the civilian habits and the luxury of hesitation. Peak condition, peak readiness, peak compliance. That was the doctrine anyway. They called the Space Marines the tip of the spear, which sounded noble in recruitment copy and looked even better stamped across hollow posters in the core worlds. All sharp lines and heroic silhouettes. But even the sharpest spear is still just a tool, something built to poke at whatever threatens in the dark. Back in the Directorate's core system, everything was clean. Too clean. In a time-honored tradition, politics and economics were gift-wrapped in a neat trillion-credit lie. Earth had been turned into a sort of sanctuary, a restored antique, a museum piece that humanity saved mostly to congratulate itself. Almost nobody lived there now, except bureaucrats, politicians, and ghosts. Everyone else had spilled outward, gnawing through the rest of the solar system and into the Milky Way, tearing jump holes in the dark and scattering across the galaxy like sparks off a grinder. The politicians like to say that our advance out into the universe had been mostly peaceful, that mild acknowledgement being the only admission that human beings had yet to cross a new frontier without finding something on the far side that wanted them dead. That admission was where the Dominion came in. The vids back home painted them as a single great evil, clean and simple, something taxpayers could understand between commercials. Out here, nobody bothered with that kind of language. The grunts called our enemies skulls. They were humans, sort of anyway. Their genetics had been deliberately warped over 300 years in the dark, somewhere out on the ragged edge of civilization. The skulls didn't negotiate, didn't posture, didn't flood the channels with manifestos about destiny or justice. They hit the outer colonies hard, left behind ash, static, and body counts, then vanished before the response fleets could even warm their drives. It was a ghost war. Attrition without theater, without propaganda, without media. The skulls treated Directorate expansion like a sickness they meant to cauterize. We fought them automatically, reflexively, and we still didn't know what they really wanted. Maybe that made it easier, maybe it didn't. All we knew was the arithmetic of what they left behind. Most Space Marines met the skulls in platoons. Boots on the deck, rifles up, shoulder to shoulder, praying the man beside them stayed standing. I fought that way for a while, not anymore. 10 years in combat buys a man a few things: scars, habits, a talent for sleeping anywhere and trusting nobody. In my case, it also bought me the title Special Projects Officer. These days, Command strapped me into a heavily armed survey ship, lit off the antimatter drive, and sent me alone into places decent people had the sense not to go. The scout ships were built lean and black, skinned in radar-absorbent coatings, engineered to run cold and quiet. They were designed for stealth first, but they were fast in the way only something powered by captive nuclear annihilation can be. My little ship carried torpedoes, smart mines, mass drivers, and enough plasma to crack a moon down to gravel. The job of a special project officer was simple in the way only bad jobs are simple. Slip through the jump holes ahead of the fleet, map the dark, find the skulls before they found us. And if something out in the dark found me first, it was my job to make sure it didn't live long enough to tell anyone. Being a scout may sound exciting, but the truth is that the solo runs do something to you, not all at once. They work on you slowly, like radiation, whiskey, or a bad marriage. Scouts like myself spent weeks, sometimes months, alone in a cockpit barely bigger than a coffin, with only instruments, checklists, and your own breathing for company. Your body is maintained by the ship, and it is easy to forget that you have one. There is nowhere to go, so you watch fuel consumption. You rerun diagnostics. You check seals, scan shadows, calibrate weapons, then do it all again until the motions stop feeling like procedure and start feeling like prayer. After long enough, the machine doesn't feel like something you operate. It feels like the only body that you'll ever really need. Jump holes are how we move long distances across the galaxy. The technology is based on weird physics that nobody really understands. It feels physically wrong when you jump, like somebody dragging a rusted file down the exposed wire of your nervous system. When you come out on the other side, you hope that there's nothing waiting for you but black vacuum and cold stars. If you don't get instantly turned into ash by the skulls, you'll hear the sound of your hull groaning under stress, the intermittent transmissions from command, and the soundtrack of whatever media that you brought to entertain yourself. This was my life, our lives. McCain Station was full of people trying to convince themselves the war was just another opportunity to complete a contract and make some money before they returned home. Engineers, scientists, vendors, Marines on rotation, they all ended up burning their pay in the promenade bars, laughing too loud under bad lighting. They drank, gambled, chased each other through the station's artificial nights, doing whatever they could to forget the cold waiting on the other side of the bulkhead and the fact that a relentless enemy could show up any second, spraying death, trying to push us back to wherever we had come from. For my part, I stayed in the intelligence spaces, the training modules, in the gym, or in my room. I read after-action reports until I could recreate every moment of the fight in my head and knew where the mistakes were made and opportunities were lost. I gave myself a break by recalibrating gear that didn't need recalibrating. I waited for the next mission packet to drop into my lap like a sentence already passed. And the worst part wasn't the waiting. It wasn't the fact that I knew I was ready. It was the feeling that the only thing that mattered these days was getting into that ship and flying into the dark alone. And then the call came, as I knew it would. It was early, and I was lying in my bunk, half-dressed, head on a flat, cold pillow, breathing the recycled air. My room was a metal shoebox. It was a luxury when viewed in the context of McCain Station, a small sign of the status that was awarded to the scouts, none of whom was expected to spend much time in the spaces anyway. I knew something was happening. The mess deck had been full of hushed whispers and knowing head nods for the last 2 shifts. Word was that an ugly message from group intelligence had arrived at command. The brass wasn't talking, but nothing had changed in thousands of years of combat. The troops could always smell bad news before the wind even shifted. My datapad was clipped to the wall next to my head, displaying some idiotic comedy that had just arrived from the inner system. I wasn't watching, but the noise helped to keep the silence away. Then, the watch on my wrist clicked once, and there was a pulse of red on my skin. Tiny, insistent, cutting through the dark. I lifted my wrist to my face and read the message that burned across the display. Mercer, headquarters, now, priority. There was no smile in those 4 words, just that familiar weight of a warning order. that burden that every Marine knows. The ceiling felt lower than normal as I swung my legs down, boots finding the deck with a thud. The station's slow heartbeat thrummed up into my bones through my feet. My uniform, crumpled on the chair, still smelled like coolant from my last trip to the ship. I shrugged it on in a practiced motion. It was baggy, utilitarian, and comfortable. My movements were automatic. My muscles remembered what my mind had not caught up to yet. I tapped the watch once in acknowledgement. The message cleared. The silence it left behind was somehow louder than the soundtrack from the datapad, still playing on the wall. I knew what the message meant. Somewhere in all this steel and spin, a set of orders was waiting, a new line in my story, a future already written, just not yet known. I grabbed my datapad and hit the exit button. The door slid open with a sigh, and the light hit me. The corridor was always too bright. I was ambushed by a wave of sound from dozens of nearby voices that were interrupted by general announcements and the ambient noise from the station's systems. I stood there for a minute. A group of Marine techs walked past, coiled mag lines in their grip, helmets tucked under arms. They talked with a jagged energy that suggested they were hearing new rumors. Cargo drones whispered along the ceiling. A passing medic laughed once as her teammates conversed in low tones, too loud, too short, like she was afraid. I turned and walked against the current, shoulders squared, jaw locked, eyes forward. The crowd parted around me. My presence in the passageway would feed the rumor mill. When the special projects officers started to move, everyone knew that something about the rumors was true. Just not what. I walked through the passageway, every step keeping time with the steady rise of my pulse. I passed a large display showing an external view. Out there, the alien planet below us turned in steadily its sleep, reddish, massive. Beyond it, I could see the dark, patient, hungry. I looked away. 10 minutes later, I stopped outside the colonel's hatch, hand hovering just above the panel. I took one last breath, set my jaw, and let my knuckles fall. The hatch slid open before my hand hit. Colonel Hank Robbins didn't bother to look up from the glowing holotable. A tall man with a lined face and iron-gray crew cut, hard as brass tacks. He was leaning his weight on his left hand, the one missing 2 fingers that he had never bothered to have cloned. He looked up. "You look like hell, Mercer," he grunted. His voice was gravel and dry air. I stepped inside. "It's just the station lighting, Colonel," I replied. "My board is green and clear. What's the mission?" Robbins looked back at the table. A ghost. 24 hours ago, a deep space listening post picked up an anomaly near the edge of the traverse, a distress beacon. "Dominion movement?" I asked. "Worse," he said. "The beacon is ours, an old Directorate cipher, but the ship it belongs to was marked destroyed 3 years ago." "It's a trap," I said. "Maybe," Robbins answered, looking up into my face without blinking. He paused. "Probably. That's why I'm sending you. You are my best." He slid a heavy, encrypted data chip across the metal table. "Your survey ship is prepped in Bay 4. The antimatter drive is hot. I want you to jump in, map the debris, find the signal. If it is coming from a ship, pull the black box if it exists, then burn whatever is left. If you see skulls, you do not engage. You log the contact and you run. I want this contained. If there is something real out there, I want absolutely nothing left for the Dominion to salvage. Understood?" I picked up the drive. It felt freezing against my palm. "Understood. Where am I jumping to?" Robbins pointed at the dark, empty sector on the map. "A dead system. They call it Spheris Solis. You ship out in 1 hour. Dismissed. 8 words. A star's worth of consequence." I turned and walked back out the hatch. The heavy door sealed shut behind me, cutting off the glow of the map. Time to go back into the dark.
Chapter 2. Into the Dark.
Bay 4 was a cathedral of cold light and venting coolant. The illumination came down in hard white columns through the gantry haze, turning drifting vapor into something almost holy. Standing in the shadow of the massive destroyers, the Pathfinder didn't look like much, but she was everything to me. A Sims-class scout, 60 meters of radar-absorbent black. Every line of her was functional, ugly in the way a knife is ugly. No windows, no comforts, just a pressurized cockpit bolted to a massive antimatter drive and a sensor suite that could hear a moth breathe in a vacuum. Ships like her weren't intended to create headlines back in the core worlds. They were designed to be spoken about in whispers, earning only rumors that were repeated behind locked vault doors in headquarters. She was built to go where the Directorate shouldn't be and come back before the things in the dark noticed. I pulled myself up the access ladder, the magnetic seals on my boots clanking against the hull. Each impact rang up through my knees and into my teeth, a sound as familiar as my own breathing. The air inside smelled like ozone and old coolant. Familiar. Safe. The kind of safe you only get from machines that haven't failed you yet. I slid into the pilot's seat, a narrow wraparound of carbon fiber and life support leads that fit like a second skin. The restraints settled over my shoulders with the intimacy of old hands. Out here, I didn't need a crew. A crew was just more heartbeats for the Dominion to track. More voices on the comms, more ghosts later. I started the pre-flight ritual. This was prayer, not procedure. In order to avoid the risk of data breach, loss, or compromise, the Directorate still used printed checklists and very limited AI for scouts like mine. My fingers danced over toggles, reactor status nominal, antimatter containment stable at 99%. I felt the ship wake up, a low subharmonic vibration settling in the base of my skull. Not sound exactly, more like the metal deciding to believe in motion. I engaged the inertial dampeners and watched the forward display flicker to life, casting a ghostly green glow over the cramped cockpit. Torpedoes locked, mass drivers cold-charged, plasma banks primed. The air recyclers kicked into a higher whine, and the whole hull seemed to tense around me like a predator, lifting its head and sniffing the air for prey. I pushed the encrypted data chip Robbins gave me into the console. The chip disappeared with a soft mechanical click, swallowed into the dash like a credit card into a slot machine. The coordinates for Spheris Solis bloomed on the navcom, a dead system at the edge of the traverse, far beyond the normal jump hole network. To get there, I had to tear a new hole in space and ride the rip. Normal traffic used the old scars we had discovered in the universe. This run needed me to create a fresh wound. Pathfinder to tower, I said, my voice flat. Containment is green, navcom is locked, requesting clearance for departure. The response was a burst of white noise, then the heavy clank of the docking clamps releasing. No farewell, no blessing. Just machinery deciding I was no longer the station's problem. I was weightless for a heartbeat. Then I throttled up, and the antimatter drive kicked me into the black. Bay 4 vanished behind me without ceremony, swallowed by distance and steel doors and all the things that still pretended to be civilization. There was no need to wait for the jump, and the Pathfinder transitioned with a scream from her antimatter drive. The slipstream of the jump hole was a silver hallucination. It wrapped itself around the hull in ribbons of metallic light, as if the universe had been skinned open and I was flying between the layers. Outside the hull, space was tearing itself apart. Inside, the Pathfinder was groaning with the stress. The vibration ground along my spine. I sat in the dim green glow, watching the countdown. 6 hours of transit time. 6 hours with nothing to do but look at sensors and remember things I'm paid to forget. I told myself that memory was just another form of system leak, but I knew that if I ignored it long enough, it would poison everything. We didn't used to fly solo. 5 years ago, the Directorate thought the buddy system was the way for scouts to survive. This was back when command still liked the theater of mutual protection, back when they still pretended no one was expendable until the paperwork cleared. I had a wingman then, Miller. He was a good scout from the Luna colonies, fast and cocky, the kind of pilot who flew like the vacuum owed him room. We were in the Ophiuchus cluster when the skulls manifested. They didn't show up on radar. 1 second space was empty. The next, It was filled with plasma trails. They hit Miller first. The skulls were always precise. It was a clean strike through his reactor. I watched his ship bloom like a dying star on my external cams. For a second, it was beautiful. Space is cruel that way. There was no scream over the comms, just a sudden flare and silence. I didn't stay to fight. For a scout, the mission was the data, and the data was in my hold. I burned my engine until the hull plates glowed, diving into the jump hole before they could lock on. I remember the heat alarms painting the cockpit red, the stink of hot insulation, the feel of my own pulse trying to outrun the reactor. That's the Directorate way. The data survives, the pilot is replaceable. They dress it up in doctrine and medals, but that's all it is. I left Miller in the dark, and a part of myself stayed there with him. My life had narrowed after that. It narrowed the way a corridor narrows when bulkheads start sealing behind you. Now, I fly alone. It's cleaner. If I die in the slipstream, there's no one to watch it happen. The countdown hit 0. The whine of the jump drive dropped an octave, then vanished. The silence after it was so sudden, it felt like pressure. The Pathfinder shuddered as I bled back into real space. The silver light of the slipstream died, replaced by the cold, oppressive black of a dead system. My hands were steady. My pulse was level. You can teach the body to lie, if you do it often enough. The system AI sent a message. Welcome to Spheris Solis. The words pulsed once across the lower edge of the display, neutral and polite, like they belonged on a tombstone. Spheris Solis wasn't a normal system. It was a battlefield that was waiting for someone to visit and finally acknowledge the loss that had taken place there. The forward display wasn't painting stars. It was painting debris, a graveyard of giants. Thousands of tons of frozen history drifted in the sickly light of a dying sun. This hadn't been a skirmish. It was a slaughter. A battle implies symmetry. This had been butchery. I set an automatic exit burn toward the nearest jump hole on the navcom, habit and insurance. My fingers did it before the rest of me finished deciding. Then I slowly angled the Pathfinder toward the center of the debris field. My stomach tightened with the feeling of being watched, not by something alive, but by the weight of too many unhappy endings. Places like this held onto intention. Violence left a shape behind. This place just reminds me that the vacuum of space treats us all the same. We just float until entropy finally wins. I paused for a moment and set a vector deeper into the wreckage field, where the debris was densest, and my options for escape were the most limited. Collision warnings ghosted across the edges of the display, then dimmed as the Pathfinder recalculated a cleaner line. It was time to find the Magellan.
Chapter 3. The Graveyard.
As Pathfinder moved forward, I kept the shields at minimum to avoid a signature flare, which meant I could hear debris ticking against the hull. Tap, 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 like fingers on a coffin lid. Soft, polite, patient. The sun of Spheris Solis was a sick ember, throwing off just enough light to make the scene indecent. It caught on torn mass driver coils, bone-white shards of skull armor, and glittering crystals of vented atmosphere that hung in the black like powdered glass. A coil the size of a city block floated past like a severed spine. A twisted banner from some ship I couldn't name rolled across my canopy sensors, its insignia burned down to a smear. Even the wreckage looked exhausted. The RCS thrusters whispered in short, careful breaths as I nudged through the debris. The sensor board tried to keep up and failed with professional dignity. Returns stacked on returns until the display looked less like a chart and more like a fever. Every sweep found more wreckage. Every sweep found evidence of ships that had come here full of purpose and left as anonymous scrap. Steel and ceramic, titanium and carbon scoring, human engineering and skull engineering locked together forever in a cold, silent clinch. Then I heard it. A distress beacon. Directorate design. One coded burst every 30 seconds. The sound came through the cockpit speakers in crisp little pulses, too clean against all that ruin, as out of place as a heartbeat in a corpse. Something had turned it on 3 years after the fight, and they had done it expecting someone to come looking. I was sure it was a trap. Out here, there usually weren't any other options. As I considered my plan, I drifted past the carcass of the Reliant, a Directorate frigate I'd read about at the Academy, back when war still had the decency to stay in textbooks. She was the first of her class, and in glossy doctrinal prose, she had been called versatile, exemplary, a model for the future. Somebody from the headquarters staff had probably written that with a warm cup of coffee at their elbow, knowing that they would go home after work. Out here, the Reliant now looked like what she really was, a death trap. Her middle had been punched open by a plasma strike so huge, it looked less like damage than judgment. Compartments yawned open to vacuum. Her weapons were dead, her armor peeled back, and her proud golden nameplate was half burned away, like the universe had started erasing the paperwork. War taught lessons about the cost of assumptions we make, and the Reliant had once again reminded us of the hubris of building large battleships. What bothered me was that there were no bodies. There should have been bodies. You could feel the people in the arrangement of things. A hatch frozen half open, emergency shutters still locked down as if somebody inside had believed for one brave, stupid minute that procedure might save them. The debris field had a density to it that felt almost emotional, as though thousands of unfinished endings had been ground together and scattered across the system. But the bodies that should have been drifting nearby were gone. The deeper I went, the worse it got. Bigger hull sections turned slowly past me, some Directorate, some Skull, built with that same ugly functional elegance they always favored. I saw a severed sensor mast the size of a building, a cluster of escape pods fused into a melted knot. My displays kept classifying, tagging, naming, reducing. Frigate debris, carrier fragment, structural member, unidentified alloy. It felt like the machine's way of coping. Break horror into categories, and maybe it stops being horror. There was a ping, a signal. My display started flashing a note of caution. There are some sounds a man doesn't forget. A launch klaxon, a hull breach alarm, the tone a field medic's kit makes when it gives up on somebody. This signal belonged in that family. Familiar enough to get under the skin. Familiar enough to tighten the back of my neck. Once, a ping like that would have meant friendlies. Safe approach. A home voice in a black place. Out here, in a graveyard where a ship declared dead 3 years ago was whispering in an old cipher, it meant trouble. My thumb hovered over the comms filter, while the Pathfinder's logic cores worried at the data. The forward display tagged the source deeper in the wreckage field, where the debris thickened into a proper maze and my options for improvisation narrowed down to bad and worse. I could already feel the geometry of the place turning against me. Too many blind angles, too much drifting mass, too much junk that could hide a hunter or pin me in if something bigger started moving. I updated the automatic exit burn toward the nearest viable jump solution. Not because I intended to run, because any man who works alone for long enough learns to leave himself one lie that he can call a plan. The navcom painted a route in thin blue lines, insurance, a way out, if the system decided it was done letting me breathe. Then I angled the Pathfinder toward the pulse. We moved into a section of the graveyard I had started thinking of as the gut. Nobody had named it. Nobody had charted it that way, but some places tell you what they are the second you enter them. The wreckage there was denser, more intimate. Big dead hulls drifted so close to one another it felt less like open space and more like threading an alley between ruined buildings. My running lights touched scorched plating, torn structural ribs, the faded Directorate stencil on one shattered bulkhead, the chalk-white curve of skull armor on another. The graveyard stopped feeling wide and started feeling personal. That was where my stomach tightened. At first, I told myself it was the usual thing. Nerves, memory, instinct, chewing on old scars. Men like me live so long in bad places that eventually we start expecting the dark to have intentions. But this wasn't just nerves. Something had changed. The sensor noise ahead of me, messy, chaotic, natural for a debris field this crowded, began to thin in one specific patch of space, not disappear. organize, like something was moving through the wreckage so cleanly it was teaching the surrounding static to behave. The Pathfinder noticed, before I fully did. The ship's logic cores hesitated, not for long, just enough to make me trust the feeling in my gut. The board reran its own math, rejected 3 harmless explanations, and then a new return bloomed at the edge of the grid. Small, sharp, moving too smoothly for wreckage, not drifting, choosing. A Skull Scout, just one. This somehow made it worse. The presence of a fleet delivers an honest declaration of the vulgarity of force. A single scout tells us about darker intentions. It was like watching a blade slide into a room already full of bones. Training took over before fear had a chance to become useful. I killed the drive, cut thrust, cut active scans, killed every system that could betray me with a whisper of heat or a stray electromagnetic cough. I started pulling power the way a doctor might drain blood from a wound he's already given up on. One by one, the Pathfinder's comforts died. Weapons bus, comms, shield shimmer, secondary displays, internal lighting. Each shutdown was a little funeral, the ship making itself less alive by degrees. The cockpit dimmed until the forward display was only a thin emergency ribbon and the rest of the world became suggestion. Attitude, oxygen, core temp. A few mean numbers floating in the dark. That was all. The Pathfinder went cold around me. Not dead, pretending, a black coffin with a heartbeat hidden inside it. Outside, the Skull Scout moved with the kind of patience that belongs to predators and machines, maybe both. It didn't weave around the wreckage the way a pilot would. It glided, corrected without flourish, slid through gaps that should have been impossible without scraping paint. I lost the direct return almost at once, but I could read its presence in the behavior of everything around it. A shard of plating spun too suddenly. A ribbon of frozen coolant changed course. A loose antenna mast drifted aside with the quiet obedience of grass flattening under a boot. It was hunting signatures, heat bloom, power bleed, ion wake. The tiny involuntary sins living things commit simply by continuing to exist. I sat still and tried to become an object. My suit recycled the same air through the same tired filters. Every inhale felt criminally loud. Sweat cooled along my back and under my collar. The muscles in my hand twitched once near the manual override, and I forced them still. In the dark cockpit, even movement felt radioactive. Minutes stretched until they lost their shape. Time stopped behaving like time and started behaving like pressure. The Directorate beacon kept sounding somewhere out there in the wreckage. 3 short, 1 long, steady as a lie. It was close now. I could feel that without needing the instruments to say it. The tapping against my hull stopped. That was what really tightened the wire under my ribs. Debris had been ticking off the Pathfinder for the better part of an hour. Small, harmless impacts making their dead little metronome. Then suddenly there was nothing. No tap, no scrape, no kiss of metal. The only explanation was that something large was pushing the junk aside before it could reach me. A shadow crossed the hull, faint, bone white. Wrong. It moved so near that the skin between my shoulders prickled, as if the body still remembered old hunter logic from before civilization and space travel in uniforms. I couldn't see the scout directly, not really, but I knew its shape in pieces. The suggestion of a curved surface on one dead monitor, a pale smear on an external cam too underpowered to be useful, the absence it made in the dark around it. For one terrible heartbeat, I was certain it had me. Certain I was about to watch the emergency ribbon flare white and then vanish. The scout paused, listened. The beacon called again from deeper in the wreckage. 3 short, 1 long. The skull vessel held there for a second that felt big enough to live a whole life inside. If it had turned half a degree more, if one heat sink had bled a little too warm, if my pulse itself could have been heard through composite and vacuum, I would have died right there with both hands in my lap and the ship pretending to be a corpse. Then the scout slid past me. No hurry, no drama. Just a clean, silent choice, like I had already been judged and temporarily spared. It angled toward the signal instead, drawn by that patient Directorate ping as surely as I had been. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I didn't let relief in because relief makes men sloppy, and Spheris Solis didn't feel like the kind of place that forgave sloppiness. I sat there in the dark while the scout went hunting somewhere ahead of me, and the graveyard held its breath around us both. In Spheris Solis, quiet wasn't safety. It was just the part of the countdown where nothing had happened yet.
Chapter 4. A Visit to Mars.
Going cold in the heart of a graveyard does funny things to a man's internal clock. Minutes lose their proper proportions. They stretch thin and bright, like wires pulled almost to the point of snapping, and when you're forced to sit in the dark pretending to be one more dead thing among many, your thoughts begin to leak through the seams. There isn't much else for them to do. The body goes still, the ship goes stiller, and the mind, faithless little animal that it is, starts prowling where it pleases. If I couldn't move my body, my mind moved for me. Quietly, disobediently. Back to Mars. The Directorate calls shore leave rest and recreation, which has always struck me as the kind of words a bureaucrat writes with a straight face because he's never been in combat. It's as if fatigue could be mitigated by a change in location, as if too many weeks staring at tactical readouts and horizon lines made of numbers could be corrected by a stamped order and a priority transport assignment. They prescribe this change of scenery the way they prescribe antibiotics, fresh air, a civilian bed. Don't overdo the alcohol or drugs, eat well. Then back into the machine with you. You'll be good as new. That was the theory anyway. I remember the transfer shuttle dropping through the rust haze over Olympus sector, the hull shivering as we cut through layers of thin, overmanaged atmosphere. Mars from above looked civilized in the way only expensive places do. Domes set into the red like pearls, half buried in blood-colored dirt, smooth transit spines, white service towers, pressure locks so polished they might as well have been ceremonial. The Corps' version of Mars was all clean geometry and controlled light, all glass that never showed a fingerprint, and air that smelled faintly of citrus and sterilizer, as though somebody had decided the whole planet ought to resemble a medical brochure. It was beautiful in the same empty way luxury hotels are beautiful. A postcard with checkpoints, a promise that somebody richer than you had already paid to keep the uglier truths just out of frame. Lisa didn't live in that Mars. She lived in the real one. The old Mars that was tucked behind the polished surfaces and down the tunnels that had been built hundreds of years earlier. These were old pressure corridors that didn't need much maintenance, so they didn't get any. They connected stacked hab blocks that were nice, but small and lived in. The rock walls sweated rust and old heat, and the ventilation never quite managed to scrub the dust from the air. You could taste the planet there, even through the filters. Iron, dryness, machinery, the faint dirty sweetness of people making a life too close together. Her unit was halfway down a narrow residential spur off one of the freight corridors, in a block that had probably been high-end housing back when owning a couple hundred square feet of your own required real wealth. These days her hatch stuck on humid days. The corridor lights outside flickered with all the confidence of a drunk making promises. Her window looked not onto a skyline, not onto some carefully landscaped civic interior, but onto a service artery where cargo techs in grease-stained coveralls hauled crates past each other and smoked contraband leaf under a failing vent that never quite pulled the haze away. It was noisy at odd hours. Honest noise, human noise. Nothing in that place had ever been mistaken for elegance. Inside, her apartment was small enough that if you turned too quickly with your duffel over one shoulder, you risked knocking over a chair or clipping the edge of the counter. The walls were patched in different shades, where old panels had been swapped out over the years. A run of conduit had been left exposed near the ceiling and painted over 3 different times, each coat losing patience with the one before it. There was a narrow galley, a fold-down table, one shelf that bowed in the middle under the weight of books and junk she refused to call junk, and on the counter beneath a buzzing grow lamp sat a single potted plant. It was the first thing I looked for whenever I came through her hatch. A little green thing, nothing exotic, nothing worthy of poetry on its own. Just a persistent, leafy scrap of life under cheap artificial light, trying its best on a planet that wanted everything to be the color of old rust and dried blood. She said it was a sign of hope. After arriving, I was standing there in uniform, travel bag still in my hand, looking at the plant as if it might explain something to me if I stared long enough. She came up beside me with that sideways smile of hers, the one that always suggested she had already finished a private line of thought and found the rest of the room lagging behind. "That's what hope looks like," she said. I looked from the plant to her. A weed in a tin can? It's not a tin can. It's absolutely a tin can. She folded her arms and leaned a hip against the counter. Hope isn't speeches, Kai. It isn't flags or an orchestra or some polished woman on a podium telling you how grateful to be. It's being allowed to be messy. It's being allowed to keep something alive for no official reason. She said it lightly, like a joke, but Lisa had a way of saying jokes that made you hear the steel under them if you were paying attention. The Corps likes clean stories, clean wars, clean uniforms, clean heroes who do hard things in distant places so polished citizens can keep using words like civilization without choking on them. But out on the edge, and even in the lived-in parts of the Corps, nothing stays clean for long. Not walls, not conscience, not memory. Lisa understood that instinctively. Maybe that was why being with her felt like stepping into a room where nobody expected me to perform on demand. She was the first person in years who didn't look at me and try to improve the picture. No solemn gratitude, no fascinated questions about combat, no soft-eyed nonsense about sacrifice. She didn't try to scrub the blood off my hands with compliments. She saw the uniform, saw what it implied, and declined to turn it into something noble for my benefit. That alone made her rarer than most miracles. We used to walk the transit spine under the domes when my leave was long enough and the station buses weren't on strike. The spine was one of those core engineering projects that had probably been beautiful in the renderings. High glass overhead, clean support arches, advertisements laid into the walls so elegantly they pretended not to be advertisements at all. By the time Lisa and I were walking it, the lower panels were tagged with graffiti. Half the civic slogans had been sprayed over, and the polished official Mars was showing through its own cosmetic work like a bruise under powder. She stopped at a street stand run by a woman with a burn scar on her wrist and bought us coffee that tasted like artificial sugar and engine grease. I hated it. I drank it anyway. We'd wander for hours through the underground city that pretended to be alive. "You're doing that thing," she'd say, giving my arm a squeeze. "What thing?" "That faraway thing." I'd glance up the spine, or at the reflection of us in the glass, or at some patrol drone humming overhead with its camera eye turning in those small, precise increments that made surveillance look like curiosity if you were naive enough to want the distinction. Even on Mars, even under domes, even among boutiques and clinics and civic banners, the Corps watched you breathe. It watched with the confidence of a system that thought itself entitled to every angle. Lisa would lean closer until her shoulder touched mine. "You aren't on a mission in here, Kai." Hearing my name from her always did something unpleasantly human to me. On McCain and in flight, names get flattened into rank, function, signatures on orders. In her mouth, Kai sounded like it belonged to a person who had once owned his own life. "I know that," I'd say disingenuously. She looked up at me. "No, you don't." She paused. "I see the way you always sit where you can see the hatch. I see the way you keep checking exits like someone is planning an ambush. You don't have to do these things." I'd nod and say, "You are right." I'd give her a hug and say, "I'm trying," even though we both knew I wasn't trying hard enough. Later, we'd go back to her place, and the whole apartment would seem to contract around us in the best possible way. The corridor noise would fade to a muffled shuffle beyond the hatch. The grow lamp would buzz. Somewhere in a neighboring unit, somebody would be listening to old music with too much bass in it. Lisa would sit cross-legged on the floor in a pair of soft house pants and an old shirt with the neck stretched loose, and from a drawer in the little table she'd pull out that battered deck of paper cards she kept wrapped in a rubber band. Paper cards, ancient technology, unhackable. "Teach me something new," she said once, shuffling badly. "You don't know any card games?" "I know a few card games. I want one of yours." That sounds like a challenge. I suppose it is, if you want to think about it that way. So I taught her a stupid drift leg game Miller used to play on long scout runs when there were still two of us, and Silence hadn't yet learned to sit so comfortably in the cockpit. The rules were half nonsense and half probability, the kind of game men invent to make time feel less large. She accused me of explaining it badly. I accused her of cheating. She told me cheating was only offensive if you had expected virtue. Then she laughed. Really laughed, not politely, not because she thought I needed the ego maintenance, but because she was genuinely entertained, and the sound of it made the apartment feel bigger than it was. That was the dangerous part. Not the cards, not the coffee, not the walks. The dangerous part was how easy it became, in those moments, to imagine another geometry for my life. Not forever. I was never that stupid. Men like me don't accidentally wander into forever. But maybe another week, another month, long enough to remember how to inhabit a room and not make threat assessments, long enough to stop measuring my worth in fuel, ordnance, and whether I could survive being alone longer than other people, long enough to forget, for a few bad blessed hours, that the ship had started to feel more like a body than my own skin. That's what shore leave really is when it works. Not recovery, not rest. A controlled dose of normal. A glimpse through the window of a life you aren't allowed to keep. The Directorate sends you there as if kindness had entered the budgeting process, but really it's maintenance. They remind the weapon what it's supposedly protecting. They let it touch softness for a while. Then they ask it to go sharp again. It really is torture. The last night was quiet in the way departures always are when both people already know the ending and neither feels like insulting the other with optimism. I had my duffel open on the bed, travel seals, spare underlayers, a shaving kit, 2 data chips, my service weapon, the little rituals of departure. Lisa stood by the hatch and watched me pack without getting in the way, which was her way of being kind. Her eyes followed every movement as if she were trying to memorize me in component parts before the universe had a chance to rearrange them. "You're going back out," she said. "Not a question." "Yeah." There are entire relationships that die in the space around a one-syllable answer. She crossed the room and stopped close enough that I could smell soap, dust, and the faint damp scent her sweat. Her hand rose to my collar. She smoothed the edge of the fabric with her thumb where the uniform always sat too stiff, too exact, as if even the seams had been taught to stand at attention. "They always want to keep you sharp," she murmured. I looked at her. "Like a knife?" There wasn't any accusation in it. That would have been easier, just recognition. A clean, unsentimental understanding of what the Directorate had made useful in me and what it had filed away in the process. I wanted, very suddenly, and with humiliating force, to say something impossible. "Come with me." Or "don't let me go." Or tell me to stay and make me believe for 5 whole minutes that I might. But the war doesn't allow passengers. War takes pieces. It takes sleep, patience, cartilage, memory, friends. It takes your ability to sit in a room without mapping the angles. It takes whatever part of you still mistakes survival for living. Bringing her into that logic would have been the ugliest kind of love. So I said the only safe thing. "I'll be back." She smiled then, and it was the saddest expression I ever saw on her because it was so gentle about my lie. "Sure you will, Kai." The hatch slid shut after me with that neat, airtight finality only pressure doors can manage. No slammed wood, no dramatic echo, just seals engaging, mechanism over sentiment, the kind of ending a ship would understand. Back in Spheris Solis, my breath fogged the inside of my visor and then faded. The cockpit was still dark. The Skull Scout was still out there somewhere in the wreckage, listening to the dead speak in an old friendly voice. The beacon kept calling, steady and patient. 3 short, 1 long. And all I could think about was Lisa's plant under that cheap buzzing lamp, a stubborn green thing trying to live where it was never meant to. Maybe that was all any of us were doing.
Chapter 5. Boarding the Dead.
The transition from memory back to the cockpit was like getting slapped awake. Mars vanished. Lisa vanished. The little green plant under the buzzing lamp vanished. All of it went out like a light, and I was back in the dark heart of Spheris Solis with the cockpit half frozen around me and my own breath fogging the inside of my visor. Pathfinder had been running so cold for so long that the air inside had taken on the feel of a neglected morgue drawer. Metal sweated as the chill of space worked through the frame. The emergency ribbon across my forward display glowed dim and mean. Outside the hull, somewhere beyond the composite skin and the layers of dead wreckage, the Skull Scout was still circling the ghost ping with the slow patience of something that knew blood had been spilled nearby and had no particular objection to waiting until whatever was bleeding gave up. I watched for it through the narrowest slit of my external sensors, giving myself just enough picture to be dangerous and not enough to flare like a beacon. The return came and went in fragments, a pale curve where there shouldn't have been one, a smooth movement behind jagged debris, the brief violet stain of attitude correction against the dark, bone white, clean. Malicious in the economical way machines can be malicious when they're built by people who believe waste is a sin. My heart worked against my ribs in a dull, steady rhythm. Not panic. Panic is fast and childish. This was something older than panic. For 3 hours I didn't move. I didn't shift my weight in the seat, didn't flex my hands, didn't scratch where the suit seal bit into the side of my neck. I just sat there in the dark and waited for the algorithm in that enemy hull to decide that the beacon was more interesting than the possibility of one scout officer hiding inside a cold black splinter of Directorate hardware. Time thinned out. The cockpit shrank. My legs went numb in stages. Every now and then, the skull vessel would alter its angle by a fraction, and my whole nervous system would tighten as if it had reached a hand toward me through the vacuum. Then finally, it moved with purpose. A violet flare licked briefly out behind it, silent and obscene in the black. The scout slid away from my sector of the wreckage and vanished toward the deeper throat of the system, following the same old Directorate heartbeat that had brought me here. It didn't go far. Men with less mileage than me might have taken comfort from that departure. I knew better. Hunters circle back. Machines repeat successful patterns. It would be back once it had satisfied itself that the signal hadn't lied in a new and interesting way. But it gave me something close to an opening, and in a place like Spheris Solis, an opening was all you got before the trap remembered its shape and sprang shut. I waited another 7 minutes. Not because I liked waiting, because too many people with better reflexes than mine had died by mistaking absence for safety. I watched the sensors, watched the dead geometry of the graveyard shift by fractions, watched the beacon keep pulsing from somewhere deeper in the debris, 3 short, 1 long, patient as guilt. When nothing white and lethal came sliding back through my limited field, I reached for the power toggles. My fingers were stiff and off color in the emergency light. They looked like somebody else's hands, thin, bloodless things attached to a body I only inhabited when the Directorate needed real skin and bones. I touched the switches one by one. The Pathfinder woke carefully, like a dog lifting its head after hearing trouble in another room. Reactor first, a low defensive growl that I felt more than heard, deep in the bones at the base of my skull. Then thermal management, trimmed almost to the point of cruelty. Then partial sensors. Then flight control surfaces and attitude assist, each system returning with the quiet reluctance of something that understood the wisdom of pretending to be dead. I left the main drive alone. Lighting up the engine in that much clutter would have been suicide advertised in multiple frequencies. Instead, I bled the thrusters in short, stingy puffs, and let the ship inch forward with the sly patience of a scavenger picking through a battlefield after the guns had gone quiet. The controls felt heavy in my hands at first, like the Pathfinder resented being forced back into the world. I couldn't blame her. Ships like ours survive by going unnoticed. Waking up in the middle of a graveyard with a Skull Scout nearby offended our shared religion. The Navcom painted me an emergency exit vector toward the nearest viable jump solution. Thin blue lines, all angles and conditional hope. Insurance. One finger resting near the trigger of a lie. If the dark started biting back, I wanted at least the outline of a route home, even if home in my profession usually meant another coffin-shaped cockpit and a new order packet. I eased deeper into the wreckage. The field had changed while I was cold. Nothing dramatic, no cinematic collapse, just the slow, ugly grind of orbital mechanics and a dying sun tugging at history until history became shrapnel. Big pieces had shifted against bigger pieces. Clouds of metallic dust and frozen vapor had spread into lanes that hadn't existed 3 hours earlier. What had looked like open black before now felt congested, almost architectural, as though the remains of the battle were building themselves into a maze, one drift at a time. It became tighter the farther I went. Cruiser ribs floated past at distances that made my hands sweat inside the gloves. Shattered armor sections the size of tenements rotated slowly on dead axes, their edges peeled back and bright where plasma had once kissed them hard enough to erase crews and doctrine in the same instant. I drifted through a veil of crystallized coolant that glittered in my running lights like diamonds, if diamonds had ever learned how to cut. A burst tank from some Directorate line ship tumbled lazily by with its registry numbers scoured down to ghosts. On my port side, half the wreck of a Skull escort hung snagged through the spine of a dead transport. White ceramic plating thrust through human steel like a knife through paper. The graveyard was no longer scenery. It was closing around me. The beacon kept getting stronger. At this range, it wasn't just a sound anymore. It had character, discipline, a kind of deliberate restraint that felt almost insulting in a place like this. It wasn't screaming for help. It was waiting to be found. That bothered me more than panic would have. Panic is honest. Patience means somebody had enough time to think. The source began to resolve in layers across the forward display. First mass, then shape, then old identification fragments. I watched the computer worry the returns into coherence, and when the final tag bloomed on my screen, it carried with it the peculiar sensation of a rumor suddenly acquiring bones. Magellan. The name on the side of the wreck loomed out of the dark by degrees, too large to take in all at once. One moment it was just another distortion among hundreds. The next it was a ship, and then a very particular ship. A heavy research vessel from Science Division, armored more against radiation and deep-range exposure than against the kind of violence that had ended her. She looked less like a warship than a laboratory somebody had dragged too far from civilization and taught, badly, how to survive bad neighborhoods. The hull still carried traces of old white paint beneath burn scoring and impact scars. Her lines were broader than a Scout's, more spacious, almost stately, in a utilitarian way. Sensor blisters sat along the spine like blind eyes. External instrument arrays had been ripped away or folded back against the frame. One side of the personnel section was simply gone, not breached, gone.
Chapter 6. The Captain.
Crossing from the Pathfinder into the Magellan wouldn't be just a normal transfer between hulls. It would be like stepping down into some mechanical underworld the living had been warned about and ignored anyway. As I prepared to disembark, I had the ship administer a microgram of a chemical that Directorate scientists insisted would keep me sharp, but not be addictive. Sure, whatever. Tomorrow was a problem for someone else anyway. The ship gave me what I asked for, and I felt it rush through my veins. Any fear that I might have felt was washed away in an instant. The hatch sealed behind me with a hard metallic finality, and the silence changed shape. Silence is absolute in the vacuum. Clean, it removes argument. But inside the Magellan, there was another kind of silence altogether. Ship silence, death in progress silence, the kind that isn't silence at all once you stand still enough to hear what's underneath it. Failing pressure, metal settling under old trauma, a long, low groan moving through decks and bulkheads like the vessel was trying to remember how to die properly. I felt it through the soles of my boots before I really heard it. My mag grips clacked against the deck plating one careful step at a time, and every footfall came back to me through the bones of the ship. Thud. Pause. Thud. Too loud. Much too loud. The umbilical beyond the hatch was narrow, scarred, dimly ribbed with emergency strips that had long since given up pretending to work. My suit lamp cut ahead of me in a hard white cone, and the dark around it seemed almost physical, thick enough to lean on. Tiny particles floated in the beam, dust, insulation fibers, frozen droplets from some ancient atmosphere leak, turning slowly like silver gnats in dead water. Behind me, the Pathfinder sat docked and waiting, small and vicious and alive in a way the Magellan no longer was. Ahead of me lay whatever had started that old Directorate beacon talking after 3 years. Somewhere outside both hulls, the Skull Scout was still moving through the wreckage field in widening circles, sniffing at the same mystery. That knowledge stayed in the back of my mind with the steady pressure of a mugger's knife against a rib cage. I didn't have the luxury of getting lost in the scenery, no matter how determined the scenery seemed to be. The first section I passed through had once been a service corridor, though the Magellan's designers had dressed utility up in science division manners. The walls were lined with inset panels and labeled conduits, the stencil work still visible in places beneath smoke bloom and blistering. Atmospherics, internal comms, cryo-archives, telemetry bus. Not a warship's blunt industrial guts, but a research vessel's orderly anatomy, everything tagged and categorized by people who believed systems would continue to behave, because systems had names. Some of the compartment doors stood open, some were warped half shut, some had sealed themselves and never unsealed again. I swept my light through the first bank of crew quarters and saw a life interrupted at the level of inches. A ration pack torn open and left floating beside a bunk, the contents reduced to hard little pellets. A data slate, its screen black and fractured, still wearing the spiderweb of whatever impact had knocked it from a hand. A mug velcroed to a wall bracket, a jacket with a science division patch half folded inside out. One compartment still had a hollow frame displaying a family picture over the bunk, too dark and far away to make out faces, but bright enough in my light to remind me that somebody had thought this ship was a place you might personalize. There were still no bodies. That landed on me more heavily with each compartment. No one slumped in a corner where atmosphere had failed, no one still strapped into a bunk, no one frozen mid-flight in a ladder well. On a ship this size, after a kill this ugly, there should have been dead everywhere. Dead in the corridors, dead at workstations, dead tangled in one another where panic had narrowed all doctrine down to shoving and prayer. Instead, there was just absence, clean where it shouldn't have been clean, emptiness with edges. The Directorate likes phrases like honorable sacrifice because they travel well in speeches. They sound good under flags and memorial lighting. But standing there in the half-dark of the Magellan, looking at abandoned quarters and personal effects left exactly where living hands had failed to come back for them, all that language felt flimsy and purchased. Whatever had happened here had stripped the ship past heroism and left only residue. I kept moving. The Magellan wasn't laid out like a line vessel. A frigate wants direct routes, redundancy, tactical access. This ship had been built around labs, observation spaces, analysis bays, long-duration crew sections, a scientist's cathedral bolted to engines and wrapped in just enough armor to justify optimism. That made the damage worse somehow. Everywhere my lamp moved, it caught traces of what the vessel had once been for. A blown-out compartment where shattered specimen canisters floated among strips of insulation like jellyfish in a dead aquarium. A wall display reading Spectrography Lab 2, letters buckled black by heat. A collapsed equipment locker spilling sealed cases marked with radiation warnings and survey serials. Through one cracked viewport in an internal hatch, I saw the remains of a mapping chamber with a hemispheric projector array hanging in pieces like the ribs of some delicate machine animal. None of it had been meant for war. That fact followed me from section to section, sharpening the tragedy each time it found a new piece of evidence. The Magellan had been made for research, for discovery, for the slow, patient business of asking the universe what it was hiding. It had been sent somewhere this dangerous anyway, and then the war had reached up, put its hand over the vessel's mouth, and broken it in half. The farther in I went, the more the ship stopped feeling merely damaged and started feeling labyrinthine. Structural collapse had rearranged the geometry. One corridor ended in a buckle of deck plating that forced me up through an access trunk. A ladder shaft had lost its gravity alignment and turned into a drifting vertical maze of handholds, snapped cable, and maintenance panels peeled back like fingernails. An emergency bulkhead had sealed halfway and warped there, leaving me to turn sideways and squeeze through a gap that made the burner catch against the frame. The Magellan resisted simple movement the way old wrecks often do, as if time and damage had conspired to make every destination provisional. All the while the ship kept talking around me, a far steel groan that might have been hull strain or might have been memory, a soft ticking from cooling metal. Once, something clanged 3 compartments away with enough suddenness to make my pulse kick, and I stood still with one hand on the pistol grip for a moment. But nothing was there. In a healthy ship, sound tells you where life is. In a dead one, it just reminds you that the machine is still large enough to surprise you. I found signs of panic frozen into place more often as I climbed toward the bridge deck, emergency masks hanging where they had been yanked from lockers, a med kit burst open across a hatch lip, auto-injectors and bandage packs rotating slowly in stale air. Someone had scrawled an arrow on one wall panel in grease pencil, bridge, then underlined it twice so hard the second line tore the wax. The handwriting looked rushed, angry, desperate to believe direction still meant salvation. Still no bodies. That kept scraping at me. The absence had become its own kind of evidence now, more unsettling than any number of corpses. Bodies tell a story. They tell you where people were standing, how fast they died, what the ship did to them at the end. No bodies meant removal, escape, retrieval, or something worse that hadn't yet given me a name. I reached the upper command deck by way of a ladder, well so scorched at the top, it looked as if something had tried to burn its way down through the ship and lost interest halfway. The Science Division crest still marked the wall near the final hatch, a stylized star field around an orbital ring, now blistered, blackened, and half obscured by smoke. Even here, right under the bridge, the branding of exploration survived the violence better than the people who had worn it. The blast doors to command were jammed halfway open, not delicately jammed, twisted. One panel had torqued inward from some structural shift with enough force to deform the frame. The gap was barely wide enough for me to get through without taking the burner off my shoulder, and when I turned sideways to squeeze in, the torn edge of the metal scraped across my suit hard enough to make my teeth set. The bridge beyond was a panoramic nightmare. At some point during the battle, the forward viewports had blown. Emergency shutters had slammed down to compensate, but not cleanly. Several of them sat crooked in their tracks, leaving long, narrow seams through which starlight bled in thin, jagged needles. Those pale cuts of light slashed across the bridge at strange angles, illuminating drifting paper, shattered interface glass, and islands of dead instrumentation. The command stations were dark, except for one. Seats had broken their restraints and hung askew. One overhead panel sparked weakly somewhere aft, not enough to be useful, just enough to insist on being the last electrical vanity in the room. And there, in the center of the ruin, sat the command chair. Occupied. The figure in it wore a flight suit, not armor, no rifle, no tactical rig. Just a captain strapped into the place where the ship ended and command began. He had slumped forward against the restraints, chin down, one shoulder slightly higher than the other, as if even in death some last argument with pain had gone unresolved. For a second I stopped moving altogether. Not from fear, something heavier than fear. Recognition, maybe. Or professional intimacy. There are only so many ways a man ends his life in a chair like that. I raised my wrist display and ran a life sign sweep out of habit, although the answer was written in the posture already. Flat. The captain was long past being anybody's emergency. He had become part of the bridge, one more fixed point in a wreck full of drifting things. Still, I approached him carefully. Respect had very little to do with it. Dead ships teach caution the hard way, and dead officers near command interfaces have a habit of being attached to whatever decisions killed them. Up close, I could see the face more clearly through the edge of the lamp beam, desiccated, drawn tight by time and atmosphere loss. Not gruesome exactly, just reduced. The flight suit bore Science Division insignia at the collar and the remnants of command markings at the shoulder. A sidearm floated near the chair, tether broken, forgotten by the final logic of the room. The console in front of him was alive, not alive in the healthy sense, alive the way an improvised field dressing is alive, ugly, temporary, stubbornly refusing finality. Cables had been run from the dead station into a portable power cell lashed to the lower frame with emergency straps and what looked like sections of harness webbing. Somebody had opened the paneling and bypassed half the ship to keep one system breathing. The beacon loop pulsed on a small status display in steady intervals, its cycle green and unwavering, a heartbeat manufactured by desperation and discipline. This wasn't random decay. It wasn't some ghost process left chewing through reserve power by accident. Someone had started this signal after 3 years on purpose. Someone had made sure the Magellan would start whispering into the dark long after the crew was gone. That realization changed the room. It made every improvised wire and stripped panel feel intimate, human, final. A last conscious act not of panic, but of instruction. Whoever had rigged the loop had understood exactly what mattered at the end. Not the hull, not the dead, not the possibility of rescue for themselves, but the chance that one Directorate ship, one day, would hear and come looking. My mission, in that moment, became both smaller and much larger. Smaller because the black box/data core was right there, nested under the command console where the ship's final logs would have been buffered and locked. Larger because now I knew I was touching the deliberate remains of somebody else's last stand, and the weight of intention is always heavier than the weight of machinery. I knelt at the console and found the data core housing, old-fashioned physical redundancy. Science Division liked backups the way clergy like relics. Good for me. The manual release was jammed from heat warp, so I had to brace one hand against the dead console frame and work the override with the other until it finally broke free with a reluctant metal click. The core itself came out warm enough to surprise me. Not hot, just faintly above the ambient chill, warmed by the jury-rigged power feeding the beacon cycle. This was it. The reason Robbins had sent me alone into a dead system. The reason the Pathfinder was docked to a tomb while a Skull Scout circled outside. The reason the Magellan had been calling through 3 years of silence. I slid the core into the shielded pouch on my rig. Then my light moved across the command station and found the note. It had been taped beside the primary monitor with 2 strips of yellowing emergency sealant, the kind every ship carried in abundance, because every ship expected eventually to break. The paper itself looked absurd in that setting. Actual paper, not a slate, not a console message, not a data tag. A sheet gone brittle at the edges, handwriting biting into it hard enough to leave impressions I could see even before I read the words. Whoever had written it had wanted no machine in the chain between thought and witness. I leaned closer. The ink had faded some, but not enough to save me from it. The skulls set a trap here. I used a 3-year delay to buy some time. They took all the survivors, all the bodies for a reason. They are coming for Earth. Read the data. For one beat, my mind refused to process the sentence as language. It came in as shape first. Then meaning hit all at once and turned my blood to slush. Earth, not the edge, not colonies, not supply lines or jump chains or the usual arithmetic of territorial war. Earth, the cradle, the museum sanctuary, the polished antique at the heart of every clean Directorate lie. The one world everybody treated as symbol first and geography second. If the Dominion, or the Skulls, or whatever truth sat behind both names, were looking for Earth, Then the war had been misdescribed at a scale so large, it made every casualty report I had ever read feel like bookkeeping from inside the wrong story. I looked back at the captain in the chair and, for the first time since boarding, felt something close to pity. Not for dying, for learning this before the end and having just enough time to know what it meant. My proximity alarm chirped in my ear. Sharp, frantic, intimately close. Not from the Magellan, from the Pathfinder. For half a second I didn't move. Then training shoved revelation aside, and the room changed functions. It stopped being a mausoleum and became a countdown. I snapped my wrist display open and read the signal burst. External motion. Contact solution changing. Something re-entering the debris lane near my dock point. The Skull Scout had returned. Or it had never really left at all. Just widened the circle until I was stupid enough to board, and then come back to see what the beacon had caught. The dread didn't vanish exactly. It compressed. Became usable. Became a shape I could carry. I tore the note free and folded it into a sealed compartment on my chest rig. Then I reached for the burner that was strapped to my back. Ugly little machine. An antimatter weapon. A device that the Marines jokingly call the final argument. Robbins had told me to burn whatever was left, and now I understood the order in a way I hadn't before. If the skulls were doing something with the bodies of the Marines, civilians, and scientists who had died here, and they were looking for Earth, then the importance of this mission and the data I was now carrying took on a new meaning. I armed the burner and set it down next to the captain. I gave him one last look. No speech, no prayer. I'm not built for either, just acknowledgement. Thanks for the warning, not sure about the length of the delay, but as my dad used to say, better late than never. Then I turned and started back the way I'd come, data core secured against my chest, the proximity alarm continuing its clipped little chirp in my ear like a second heartbeat. The Magellan was no longer merely dead. It was hostile now because time had entered it. Every corridor on the return route would be narrower than before, every obstruction meaner, every sound a subtraction. I had the truth in my grip, and out in the wreckage a white little hunter was moving back toward my ship. The burner would blow in 10 minutes. I didn't know if I had that much time. I only knew the tomb had finally told me why it mattered, and now it wanted to see whether I could carry the answer out alive.
Chapter 7. The True Cost.
The vault sat deep under McCain Station, below the flag decks and parade language, below the polished briefings and all the other lies an organized war tells itself so it can get through the day. Down here there were no windows, no emblems, no reminders that the Directorate liked to think of itself as civilized. Just bare walls, bad air, and the blue glow of a hollow table throwing cold light up into our faces. The place always smelled faintly of overheated circuits and stress. This room was where the real ledger lived, not the one that was shown to taxpayers, the real one that only the military and civilian leadership knew about. This room contained the cost of the war, convoys, listening posts, colony grids, patrol routes, casualty ladders, red dots blooming and disappearing over black space with a touch of the hand. The population of entire planets reduced to plus or minus symbols. I stood at the edge of the light and watched General Xavier de Tesaro read the board. He was not a political general. His career had been entirely forged in the field. His years on the front lines had worked his face over into something hard and uneven, scar tissue stitched through it in pale seams. One eye was gone, replaced by a dark machine implant that never blinked and gave nothing back. He was one of the sharpest strategic minds in the sector, maybe the sharpest. But there are kinds of brilliance that sharpen under pressure until they start cutting the hand that holds them. De Tesaro had always walked close to that line. Lately he'd begun to sound like a man who had stopped worrying about what the politicians thought. He definitely had ideas of his own, and I was concerned. "We are losing, Robbins," he said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The vault was the only truly quiet room in the entire station. You could almost hear the panicked heartbeat in a junior officer's chest when they were briefing down here. It's not just about territory, not just about ships, time. The Dominion is buying itself a future and charging us for it in pieces. Every outpost they erase, every convoy they gut, every colony they burn down to ash and static. It isn't only a tactical victory, it's subtraction. They are cutting away options. I looked at the board. He wasn't wrong. He was rarely wrong when it came to the big picture. They've been doing that since first contact, I said. Yes, he replied. And we've been responding as if attrition were a strategy. We don't know if we are hurting them. We don't know anything at all. He reached out and touched the hollow table. The casualty field collapsed. A ghosted archive bloomed over the sector map. Old telemetry, black budget seals, fleet identifiers, and at the center of it all, one name that still carried the smell of smoke. Magellan, 3 years gone, and once again capable of changing the air in a room. My gut tells me the Magellan signal is not some kind of technical glitch, de Tesoro said. That ship was destroyed. Its escort group was destroyed. The entire system was written off, filed, and buried. Now a Directorate-coded distress signal appears after 3 years of silence. That is not coincidence. It is either bait or new evidence with a delayed delivery. Possibly both. We treated it as a trap from the start, I said. Intelligence believed that the skulls used our cipher to make us lean forward, to take additional risk, to send a large response. That was the first assumption. The general shook his head. The skulls don't work that way. They never have. He looked up. You sent a scout. Not a question. Just the next item in some mental checklist. Yes, I sent Mercer. De Tesoro turned his head slightly and fixed that dead black eye on me. Because he is expendable? No, I said. Because he is the one most likely to come back. That got the smallest pause out of him. Not surprise, just recalculation. I stepped closer to the table and enlarged the Spheris Solis sector. The cold blue pulse of the recovered signal repeated against the wreckage map. 3 short, 1 long, steady as a lie. If this is Dominion work, he has the best chance of getting close enough to confirm it without advertising himself, I said. If it isn't Dominion work, if there is a live recorder, a black box, anything left from the Magellan that still has intact data, he has the best chance of pulling it before somebody else does. He knows how to run cold, how to work alone, and how to make decisions without waiting for a room full of signatures. De Tesoro studied the display again. And if intelligence was right? You know that neither of us think they were. That almost earned something from him. Not a smile. He had no use for those in rooms like this, maybe just recognition that he was speaking to someone who did not need the war, translated into cleaner terms. The status quo we've been fighting to maintain is dead, he said after a moment. It has been dead for some time. We are the last people in the sector still pretending the front can be stabilized. If the Magellan found something before it was destroyed, then data Mercer is bringing back could be the key to regaining our momentum. He shifted the file stack again. Escort records, signal logs, fragments of intelligence summaries. Most of it was scar tissue dressed up as administrative confidence. None of it answered the only question that mattered. What kind of information could change the status quo after 3 years? I asked. De Tesoro's good eye stayed on the map. A threat or a vulnerability, maybe both. And if it turns out to be nothing? It won't be nothing, he said simply. He was holding something back. I could hear it in the shape of the sentence. Not certainty exactly, but proximity to some knowledge or insight that he didn't want in the record yet. The room seemed smaller all at once. Smaller and colder. McCain station vibration hummed up through the deck plates under our boots. The steady mechanical pulse of a fortress trying not to admit it was nervous. You think there is something here that will have an impact back in the core, I said. I think, De Tesoro replied, that our enemy has never been as simple as the public version requires, and I think the Magellan may have died learning exactly how unserious our official story has been. That was as close as he came to saying it outright. Earth did not enter the room, but it cast a long enough shadow without being named. I looked back at the blue pulse over Spheris Solis and thought about Mercer alone in that graveyard, flying toward a signal the rest of us had already agreed was probably bait. That was the arithmetic of McCain. One man sent forward so the institution could delay its fear until he either returned with proof or vanished cleanly enough to file. "If he comes back," I said. De Tessero nodded once. "If he returns, things are going to change. I can feel it." That landed heavier than it should have, not because I doubted it, because I believed him immediately. He straightened and the archive collapsed back into the broader war board, blinking losses, supply lanes under strain, patrol arcs thinning toward the edge, the usual shape of controlled erosion. "Command above us still thinks in terms of containment," he said. "Managed losses, narrative discipline, keep the panic away from the core, keep the war looking distant enough to budget." His jaw tightened. "I have no interest in maintaining a posture that is already obsolete. We need a new edge." There it was, the thing underneath him. Not just urgency, appetite. He did not want clarification for its own sake. He wanted something actionable, decisive, maybe reckless if the scales tipped the right way. Proof, yes, but proof in a form that could be used like a weapon. "You sent Mercer because you trust him," he said. "Yes." "Then pray he survives." He looked at me then, directly. The blue light from the hollow table caught in the seams of his scar tissue and the dead shine of the implant. "Because if he brings back what I think he may bring back, this mission stops being a recovery operation. It becomes the key to a new offensive, one that forces our enemy out into the open." Neither of us said anything for a few seconds after that. The table kept glowing. Red losses continued blinking across the map. Somewhere above us, McCain went on being McCain. Overbuilt, sleepless, pretending routine was the same thing as control. Down in the vault, that pretense was getting harder to maintain. The beacon at Spheris Solis was no longer a ghost signal. It was pressure. Mercer was no longer just a scout on an ugly retrieval job. He was a man out at the edge of the war, with his hands on something big enough to change the shape of it. And if he came home with proof, whatever came after was going to belong to people much higher up the ladder than either of us liked.
Chapter 8. An Unwelcome Visitor.
It was time to run. My mag boots hit the deck in a hard, regular rhythm as I moved back through the command level and down into the broken innards of the vessel. Thud, thud, thud. I kept one hand near the pistol and the other free for balance as I cut through the same ruined spaces I had just crossed more carefully. Science bays, dead workstations, crew sections frozen in mid-disruption. I reduced the universe back down to route, pace, and distance to the dock collar. The return path felt longer. It always does when you know something is waiting at the other end. I squeezed back through the warped blast door, dropped into the scorched ladder well, and moved through the tilted service sections with more speed than caution would have liked. My suit brushed torn panel edges and drifting debris. The proximity alarm chirped again. The Pathfinder's outer sensors were still reading motion near the ship. Not random drift. Not wreckage. Contact. By the time I reached the docking point, my breathing had gone shallow and controlled. I grabbed the airlock frame, hauled myself through, and hit the inner seal with the heel of my hand. The hatch cycled behind me with painful slowness, metal dragging against old damage before the lock finally took. Then I was across the gap and back inside the Pathfinder. The ship felt smaller than it had when I left it, as if the Magellan had stretched my sense of scale and then handed me back to a coffin. I shoved the data core into the secure slot beside the pilot's cradle and dropped into the seat before the pressure equalization had fully stabilized. My hands were already moving across the board, waking systems in the minimum sequence needed for flight. Reactor, flight control, partial sensors, weapons bus on standby, shields, not yet, main drive still too risky. The Pathfinder came alive under me in stages, reluctant and familiar. The board filled with warnings. Core temp below combat threshold. external hazard density high, passive contact uncertainty. Half the glyphs were the usual complaints a scout ship makes when you ask it to do something unreasonable. The other half were the kind you probably only get to read once before you turn to slag. I cut the docking clamps and brought the forward display up. The air left my lungs without permission. The Skull Scout was already there. It sat off the bow at a distance too deliberate to be accidental, bone white against the weak light of Spheris Solis, its profile clean and narrow in the debris field. It was no longer searching, no longer circling. It had come back to the dock point and taken position, waiting. Whether it had seen me board, tracked the Magellan's residual emissions, or simply trusted the beacon to draw out something worth killing, the result was the same. It was in the lane between me and any easy exit. The bridge of the Magellan, the dead captain, the note, the whole cold shock of what I had just found, it all compressed down into one practical fact. I had the truth in hand, and the truth would not survive if I died here with it. I wrapped my fingers around the controls and felt the low vibration of the antimatter systems trying to come up under restraint. The mission had changed shape. It was no longer about confirming a ghost signal. It was no longer even about the Magellan. Now it was about getting out. Most pilots would have reached for the jump solution first. That was the sensible move. Cut loose, light the drive, and pray the slipstream took you before the other bastard found a firing angle. My hand went to the navcom out of habit, hovered there for half a second, then stopped. I could feel the data core locked into the slot beside me. I could feel the note in my chest rig even through the suit. They aren't just killing us. They took the bodies. They're looking for Earth. Those words, handwritten by a dead man, gave this situation a new significance, and suddenly, the mission no longer fit inside the old dimensions. The forward display sharpened. The Skull Scout slid out from behind the ribs of a dead Directorate frigate, bone white against the weak light of Spheris Solis. It was not searching now. It was moving with intent, angling toward the Magellan and the dock collar, where it expected anything worth killing to emerge. It had me where a scout wants another scout, between wreckage, with a damaged exit lane, one clean route home, and every instinct pointing toward flight. I thought about Miller, not the abstract version of him that lives in after-action language, the real one, his ship opening up in the dark before I could do a thing about it, the silence after. Then Lisa's plant under the buzzing lamp on Mars, a stubborn green thing trying to live where it had no business surviving. If I broke for the jump lane and survived, I would be carrying the truth home while leaving a witness behind me. Maybe it could not read what I had pulled from the Magellan. Maybe it didn't have to. Hunters don't need the whole scent, just enough to know what direction to run. Risk is arithmetic right up until it isn't, right up until some other factor enters the equation and burns the neat columns off the page. I reached past the jump controls and flipped the guarded switch on the weapons bus. The Pathfinder answered with a low mechanical shudder as power rerouted. The cockpit lights dipped. Mass driver capacitors began to charge with a hungry whine that I felt in the seat frame more than I heard. Weapons status crawled from amber toward green. This was the point where a bad idea stops being hypothetical and starts drawing current. The Pathfinder drifted free of the Magellan's shadow, and for one brief second I hung there exposed, small and black against the wreck. Then I kicked the main engines. The ship leapt forward hard enough to drive me back into the cradle. G-force came down on my chest and shoulders like a physical hand. The debris field on the display turned from scenery into geometry, moving too fast to think about in words. I drove into it anyway, threading the Pathfinder through the graveyard on full burn, using dead cruisers and broken armor sections as cover where I could, and taking blind gaps where I had to. Behind me, the Skull reacted instantly. Its thrusters flared violet and clean. It came after me through the wreckage with that same ugly efficiency it had shown before. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Faster than I liked, closer than I liked. My displays kept trying to solve a firing solution while also begging me not to hit the remains of a carrier spine drifting dead ahead. I rolled under it, clipped past a field of crystallized coolant, and cut across the shadow of a shattered destroyer with the skull still hunting my wake. The burner timer hit 0. The Magellan came apart behind me in a white flash so bright the forward display compensated late and badly. For an instant the whole graveyard was lit from the rear like an X-ray. Then the shock of it arrived. Expanding heat, vaporized metal, fresh debris kicked into violent motion, where for years there had only been drift. The remains of the research ship did not explode cleanly. They ruptured, folded, melted. Sections of hull came apart and drove outward through the surrounding wreckage, turning the local field into a storm of sharp, fast-moving garbage. The Pathfinder bucked as the disturbance hit us. Shields flared. Alarms began talking over one another. My teeth snapped together hard enough to hurt. But the blast did what I had needed it to do. It ruined everybody's picture. I killed thrust for half a beat, rolled the ship, and came around through the new haze of hot metal and broken returns. The Skull Scout had been forced wide. Its clean approach was gone. For the first time since I had seen it in Spheris Solis, it looked momentarily uncertain. Not confused exactly, but disrupted. That was enough. I put the mass driver solution on it and fired. The Pathfinder shuddered from nose to stern as the slug left the rails. On the display, the shot crossed the cluttered field too fast to follow properly, and then the skull ship jerked sideways under impact. A section of its outer plating blew off in a spray of white fragments. Not a kill, not even close. But I had hit it, and in a fight like that, the first confirmed hit changes the conversation. The skull rolled, recovered faster than I wanted, and answered with plasma. The first volley went wide and chewed through drifting wreckage off my port side. The second found me. It glanced across the shields at an ugly angle, overloading one quadrant and punching heat through the frame. The cockpit filled with the sharp smell of ozone and hot insulation. Warning glyphs multiplied. My controls went a fraction slower in my hands, which is all the difference the wrong enemy needs. I drove deeper into the debris, trying to force the Scout into tighter geometry. The Pathfinder was better armed, but the Skull still had maneuver advantage, and now both of us were fighting inside the scraps of old fleets and the fresh ruin of the Magellan. Dead metal spun past the canopy. A severed gantry arm missed my hull by meters. Something heavy struck the aft shields and spun away. My board was half tactical display and half obituary. The Skull came through the clutter again off my starboard quarter, damaged but still very much alive, its forward emitters lighting for another pass. It was setting up to finish this cleanly. Another Scout in the dark, another line item, another wreck cooling in a place no one wanted to remember. I armed a torpedo. The minimum range warning came up immediately. Too close. Blast envelope unacceptable. Self-damage probable. Guidance compromise likely. I cleared all 3 warnings and kept the lock. This was no longer doctrine. Doctrine had ended somewhere between the captain's note and the first exchange of fire. What remained was narrower and meaner than doctrine. I was not going to let that thing leave. I waited 1 beat longer than instinct liked. Then I fired. The torpedo came off the rail and crossed the gap before either ship had enough room to pretend there were better options available. I rolled the Pathfinder hard and tried to put as much broken metal between me and the detonation as the field would allow. The blast hit like a kicked bulkhead. White light, noise through the frame, systems dropping and catching and dropping again. The Skull Scout disappeared inside the fireball for an instant and then came out of it, wrong. Its shape broken, one whole side opened up, motion no longer controlled, but degraded into violent tumble. A second internal flare ran through the hull, and after that, it was just new wreckage in an old battlefield. I watched it spin off into the dark, shedding heat and fragments. Gotcha. Then I looked at my own board. The Pathfinder was still under me, but only just. Shield grid nearly gone. Attitude control degraded. 1 thruster bank unresponsive. Engine output unstable. 2 compartments aft, no longer reporting properly. The ship had survived the fight in the technical sense, which is the cruelest sense to survive in. We still had life support. We still had enough power to keep dying slowly. What we did not have was mobility worth bragging about. There was no jump hole in my future, just an infinite wait. I eased off what remained of the power and let the ship settle into a strained drift among the debris. For a few seconds, I just sat there with both hands still locked on the controls, breathing hard, listening to the alarms sort themselves into a hierarchy of bad news. The graveyard had gone dark again. The Magellan was gone. The Skull Scout was gone with it in every way that mattered. I had won, if that was the word for being alive inside a crippled ship in the middle of nowhere. I leaned back against the seat frame and looked at the damage readouts. The fight was over. Now the real battle had started.
Chapter 9. Overdue.
I came back from my meeting with the general carrying the kind of weight no uniform ever helps with. The corridor outside my office was bright in the usual McCain way, but it still felt dim to me. My left hand ached as I walked, the one missing 2 fingers. Not real pain, just the old phantom cold, the body remembering damage the way stations remember impact through their frame. I stepped into my office, let the hatch close behind me, and stood there for a second listening to the hydraulic seal. The room was quiet, too quiet after the vault. I didn't sit down. I leaned both hands on the edge of the metal desk instead, and looked at nothing in particular. The station hummed around me. 100,000 people breathing recycled air and pretending routine was still a useful defense against bad news. I stared at the dull surface of the desk until it stopped being a desk and started being another hard piece of metal under another hard sky. Fayette 2-5. They had called it a cleanup action back then. Quick in, quick out, secure the refinery perimeter, stabilize the site, hold until relief arrived. The kind of neat little phrase planners use when they want a massacre to fit comfortably on a briefing slide. I'd been younger then, Major Robbins, more hair, less scar tissue, and still dumb enough to think experience gave a man leverage against bad luck. My company had been stacked in the drop bay before insertion, armor sealed, mag clamps humming, men checking rifles and pretending not to look at one another for too long. The bay smelled like weapons oil, warm circuitry, and the stale edge of fear that leaks out whenever men are told something will be routine. The men were doing a good job of pretending. Somebody laughed too loud at something forgettable. Somebody else got sick in his helmet and cleaned it up fast enough to preserve his pride. I remember rolling a lucky coin across the backs of my fingers, all of them back then, and telling myself I'd spend it on something stupid when we got home. Fayette 2-5 was not a world. It was a refinery moon close enough to its sun that the horizon always looked like it was smoldering. Even from orbit, the light in that system had something mean in it. A hard white glare that stripped the softness out of every shape. We hit dirt on the dark side, or what passed for dark in a place like that. The heat didn't come from the air so much as from the light itself. It slid through cracks in the rock and laid itself along the ground until every shadow looked sharpened. The first minutes felt wrong in the familiar way bad operations feel wrong before anybody says it out loud. Too quiet. Sensors reading clean, but not convincingly clean. Comms open. Terrain ugly and close. A refinery complex sitting ahead of us in layered silhouettes, all towers and vents and hard industrial lines waiting to become cover or coffin depending on how the next 5 minutes went. Then the skulls opened fire. They didn't advance from a clear direction. They didn't announce themselves with the sort of warning civilized enemies are supposed to provide. They were simply there all at once, stepping into the fight with that impossible speed that never stopped offending the part of me that still believed cause ought to precede effect. 1 second the rocks were empty. The next, there was white armor in the glare and plasma threading through the air. My company formed up the way the manuals wanted. Arcs, coverage, controlled fire. Men breathing in time with drill and training and the old belief that good preparation could persuade the universe to behave. It made no difference. Dominion plasma didn't care about doctrine. It cut through stone and reinforced plate with the same contempt. I remember the first man going down without even enough time to become a warning to the others. Then another, then 3 more. Bright impacts, armor breaking open. Half a formation erased before the command net could even settle on the right word for contact. I shouted orders anyway. I remember that much with painful clarity. Not the words themselves, only the effort of forcing my voice to sound like command and not panic while the world came apart around me. We pushed toward the refinery because standing still was death, and moving at least gave the body something useful to do. Even though it was sealed, the air in my helmet tasted like hot metal and chemical smoke. Fayette 2. 5 hung above the horizon like a white coin no one had asked to be flipped. Then a plasma charge hit near enough to end one version of my life and begin the next. The blast wasn't loud in the way artillery is loud. It was abrupt, final. Light and pressure arriving together so hard my bones seemed to turn soft for a second. I went down. My left hand struck the ground wrong. When I looked, the glove was already filling with warmth. My arm was shattered. My leg bent in a direction that was unnatural. There were 2 fingers gone. Not cleanly, just missing, as if war had reached over and removed them because it happened to be standing close enough. The suit seal tightened, cut off the blood flow, administered painkillers, and splinted my broken bones. The pain came later. The memory didn't. We took the refinery in the end, if taking is the word for occupying a piece of ground after it has finished chewing on you. Extraction dropped through smoke and heat, hauling survivors and bodies back in the same ugly rhythm war always falls into once the shooting moves somewhere else. I remember sitting in the bird with my hand wrapped, blood gone black at the edge of the seal, trying to think about the injury because it was smaller than the other thing. The roll call. That was the real wound, not the fingers, not the scar, the names. Men I had trained with, cursed at, signed leave for, threatened, defended. Names I had said 100 times in ordinary voices. After Fayette 2-5, half of them answered with silence. The company had been cut nearly in half under a sun nobody would ever build a memorial under. Later, in the paperwork, it became losses, attrition, casualty figures attached to a successful containment outcome, the same old language, smaller and cleaner than reality. That was the day I learned what the ledger really meant. Not the abstract version in command briefings, not the blinking icons on a hollow table. The ledger was names said aloud into a compartment that had room for answers and got none. It was surviving long enough to sign forms for dead men. It was discovering that official language is not exactly a lie, but a reduction, reality processed until it can be filed without making anyone important lose sleep. Back in my office on McCain, I looked down at my hand. The missing fingers had never bothered me much on their own. Men lost more than that every hour along the traverse. It was what the hand reminded me of that stayed tender. Fayette. 2-5 taught me that when command says manageable, somebody lower down is about to drown in arithmetic. It also taught me that the only truth worth much in war is the truth somebody brings back at personal expense. That was why I had sent Mercer. Not because Mercer was expendable. Not because special projects existed to make difficult things disappear. I sent Mercer because there are some jobs where the institution can only move forward by trusting one damaged man to walk into the dark and come back with what the reports can't say yet. Mercer understood the gap between the official version and the real one. He understood that a phrase like tactical loss often meant a graveyard too large to name properly. He understood, maybe better than anyone still on McCain, what the war looked like up close. I straightened a little, then stopped and stayed where I was, hands still on the desk. I was already doing the thing I hated, counting forward, thinking about the casualty ledger before the next disaster had fully arrived. If Mercer failed, command would write the failure one way. If he returned, they would write it another. If he did not return soon enough, men above me would begin quietly preparing the language that turned a missing scout into an administrative conclusion. I knew all that. I knew, too, that the best hunters sometimes do not come home. The office stayed quiet. Commendations on the wall, unit patches, the station's distant mechanical pulse under the deck. I stood in the middle of it all and waited, not like a colonel reviewing assets, but like a man who had heard too many silent roll calls and knew exactly what it cost to add one more name.
Chapter 10. The Delegation.
Kane Station usually smells like a tin can where 100,000 people share the air. The morning the Earth delegation arrived, the command level smelled different. Perfume, soap, clean and pressed fabric unpacked from hard cases and kept away from real work. The sort of clean that comes from living on an actual planet, or from executive water rations and living in compartments with private air scrubbers. The congressional delegation came in under escort, and the whole station was on edge. Not because we were afraid of them. We weren't. I think the stress was really just related to the close proximity to people who had the power to end careers, redirect fleets, and decide who became statistics or who became heroes. People with real power rarely need volume. It was the contrast that turned heads. McCain was loud voices, baggy uniforms, scarred bulkheads, patched machinery, and the stale patience of a war nobody expected to end cleanly. The delegation from Earth rarely spoke in public and looked as though they had been assembled out of an earlier century's idea of authority. Floor-length tunics, high collars, fabric too fine for station life. A kind of ceremonial elegance worn by people who had never had to crawl through a ship or station damaged by combat. It would have been easy to laugh at the sight of these people in their fancy dress if you were stupid enough not to understand what those clothes were for. They were a signal, same as rank pins or fleet tonnage. A reminder that while we fought the war out here, the Corps still imagined itself as something imperial and intact. I stood at the back of the briefing room where a colonel could go mostly unnoticed. The room had been scrubbed for the occasion, though there was only so much a station could do to disguise itself. McCain was still a combat outpost, and the deck still vibrated faintly underfoot when the mass drivers fired. The air still had that dry metallic edge. The hollow table still threw hard blue light up into everyone's face, flattening color and making all human beings look a little cadaverous. Some truths no amount of protocol can soften. General de Tesaro stood at the head of the table, battle-worn grays on his back, scar tissue catching the blue light in pale seams. Across from him sat the delegation. They were not fools. That was the first thing worth remembering. It is comforting to imagine civilian power as naive when you live close to the war. But most of the dangerous ones are dangerous precisely because they understand more than they ever admit. They listened well, asked short questions, kept their faces arranged. The only thing theatrical about them was the wardrobe. De Tesaro briefed them on Spheris Solis and the Magellan anomaly in the same voice he used for casualty forecasts and fleet dispositions, flat, exact, without any salesmanship left in it. Old Directorate distress cipher. Signal returning after 3 years. Destroyed science vessel. Trap likelihood high. Special projects asset deployed for recovery and confirmation. He gave them what the room could bear officially and left out the rest, which was sensible. Rooms like that had ways of leaking. One of the delegation, a woman in deep violet with a rigid collar framing her face, folded her hands and let him finish before she spoke. She had one of those voices cultivated on purpose. Soft enough to sound civilized, precise enough to cut on contact. "General," she said, "the concern from Earth is not whether an anomaly exists. The concern is what the data tells us, and the posture you recommend we adopt in response to it." De Tesaro did not move. "Our posture is retrieval and containment, just as you have ordered." "Containment," she repeated, as if testing the word for structural weakness. That would be easier to believe if the budget line for special projects did not continue expanding under emergency exemptions. Another delegate, an older man in ash-gray silk with a narrow face and the patient expression of someone who had spent a lifetime telling powerful people what they could call reasonable, glanced down at the briefing packet in front of him. "The Corps does not have an appetite," he said, "for initiatives from the outer reaches that may inflame the war and destabilize public confidence without producing immediate security value." Immediate security value. Men in rooms like that could turn almost anything into abstract language if they worked at it. De Tesaro rested both hands on the edge of the hollow table. "With respect, security value is exactly what this may produce. May, the woman in violet said. Yes, de Tessero replied. May. That is how uncertainty works. This is still a war, and the enemy is gaining on us. No one smiled. The woman looked at the map of Spheris Solis suspended over the table, a dead system reduced to clean geometry and labels. From our perspective, General, the issue is proportionality. You have sent a special projects officer into an old battlefield to recover data from a wreck already declared lost. That is one kind of risk. Expanding the significance of that incident before the facts are established is another. What she meant was simple enough. Do not make this larger than we can manage politically. De Tessaro understood that as well as I did. His good eye stayed on her. The dead one reflected the table light back without opinion. If my officer returns with confirmation, he said, it will be larger whether we manage it politically or not. A small silence settled over the room. Nobody at the table liked that sentence, though for different reasons. The older man in gray adjusted the edge of his sleeve. The Corps cannot govern by worst-case interpretation. No, de Tessero said, you prefer to govern by delayed recognition. That landed harder than anything else he had said. Not loud, not dramatic, just true enough to make the air feel crowded. The woman in violet did not take offense. That would have humanized her too much. She only tilted her head slightly and answered in the tone of someone correcting an imprecise subordinate. The Corps governs by survivability, General. Public survivability, economic survivability, strategic survivability. We do not preserve those things by allowing every frontier event to rewrite the center. Don't forget that you are only one of millions in the service of the Directorate. There was the divide. Out here, the war was made of wreckage, missing patrols, station alerts, and men who left rooms and sometimes never returned to them. Back on Earth, the war was still something that could be framed, budgeted, narrated, and above all, kept at arm's length from daily life. De Tessaro looked down at the hovering file stack over the Magellan marker. All I am saying is that you may not get to be able to maintain that distance much longer. You need to prepare. We all do. The room went quiet again. Nobody rushed to contradict him. The delegates did not fidget. They did not betray alarm. They simply absorbed the statement and filed it somewhere behind their eyes, where other expensive decisions lived. It was the stillness of people who understood perfectly well that fear shown too early becomes leverage for the wrong side. I stood in the back and watched the exchange the way you watch the opening seconds of a firefight, when no one has fired yet but the positions are already fixed. The battlefield in that room was not Spheris Solis. It was authorship. Who got to describe the war? Who got to decide whether a fact became doctrine, secrecy, or a press statement? One of the junior aides at the delegation's end finally spoke, reading from a note she did not need to look at. Until retrieval is confirmed, Earth's position is that this remains a localized military matter. We are not authorizing any broader posture shift. We are certainly not authorizing any communication that implies an existential threat to the Corps. There are sentences that sound almost calm until you translate them into plain language. That one meant, if your scout brings back something ugly, do not say the ugly part out loud until we have decided what it will cost us. De Tessero's jaw tightened. Just once. Enough that I saw it from the back of the room. With respect, he said, the war does not consult your preferred timing. No, the woman in violet said, but public response does, and you will. That was the real answer, not denial, not disbelief, control. They were less interested in whether the Magellan had found something catastrophic than in who would own the sequence of revelation if it had. The briefing ended a few minutes later with all the rituals that let institutions pretend disagreement has been resolved because it has been properly documented. No support was offered beyond the kind already in motion. No broader authority was granted. No one said no directly, because people at that altitude rarely do. They simply define the perimeter inside which everyone else is expected to bleed. The delegation stood, gathered their tablets and silk and restraint, and left the room with their escort. They did not look back at the map. They did not need to. For them, Spheris Solis was not a graveyard or a trap or a question hanging out in the dark with teeth in it. It was a developing problem in need of narrative management. When the hatch shut behind them, the room felt different. Not lighter, just more honest. Detisaro stayed where he was for a moment, staring at the cold blue projection over the table. No one spoke. The station hummed under us. Somewhere beyond the command deck, McCain kept functioning with the grim steadiness of a machine built on the assumption that concern was not a useful fuel source. I remained at the back of the room and thought about Mercer. If he died in Spheris Solis, the delegation would treat the loss as containable. A scout gone missing, a failed recovery, an ugly line item. If he lived and brought back something real, the danger might only be beginning. Success had a way of becoming its own liability once too many important people decided the truth was badly timed. That was the part men like Mercer never got told when they launched. Sometimes the mission is dangerous. Sometimes coming home with the answer is worse.
Chapter 11. In the Dark.
Time is a predator when you're out in the dark flying a scout boat, but for the ones left behind it works slower, meaner. It doesn't hit you all at once. It sits on the gantry with you and keeps shaving the silence down into smaller, sharper pieces until every second starts to feel deliberate. The clock on my office bulkhead didn't care about instinct or reputation. It just kept moving. 6 hours turned into 12. 12 turned into the kind of delay people in command spaces start translating into formal language. Overdue, presumed lost, pending closure. In the scout service, late is often just the polite administrative phrase for a man who has already been turned into hot metal in memory. The leadership on McCain had started leaning that way. Quietly, because stations like McCain know better than to make grief official before the paperwork is lined up. But I could feel it in the way people spoke around me. Too careful, too measured. Up in command, they were already beginning to look at alternatives and contingency trees. Down on the deck, the crew in Bay 4 had stopped pretending they weren't listening for the sound of a Sims-class engine coming home wrong. The station was preparing to write Mercer off. I wasn't with them. I stayed in the bay. That was the part nobody had to order. I leaned against a hangar bulkhead and watched the jump lane display as if contempt alone could force a ship through it faster. The air tasted like old machinery. Somewhere above the bay, cranes moved freight with slow, indifferent precision. Tech crews crossed the deck in ones and twos, pretending to have reasons to pass near the Pathfinder's empty berth. Everyone on McCain knew who flew out of Bay 4. Even the ones who had never met Mercer knew the silhouette of his ship and the shape of the work attached to it. My estimates for travel time and recovery had run out hours earlier. That was what kept needling at me. Mercer was not a man given to delay for its own sake. He did not linger. He did not improvise theatrically. If he was late, something had either gone very wrong or very right in a way that made immediate return impossible. Men like him don't miss windows because they lose track of time. They miss them because the universe reaches in and changes the assignment after launch. I knew he wasn't dead. That wasn't evidence. It wasn't command-grade reasoning. Just the kind of conviction old soldiers are occasionally stupid enough to trust because they have survived long enough to confuse pattern recognition with faith. Still, I knew it. I couldn't have defended the position in a briefing room. I just hadn't felt that internal click yet. The one that tells you a man has finally gone somewhere, no orders can reach him. Detisaro's chief of staff found me outside the mess deck midway through the second watch. Damp palms, data pad tucked tightly under one arm. The expression of a man who wanted permission to become visibly anxious without having to own the decision afterward. "Colonel," he said, "command is asking whether we should begin formal." "No," I said. He blinked. "We have exceeded the expected return window." "I can tell time." He shifted his weight. "If the scout is gone, there are procedural steps." "Mercer is like a bad habit," I told him. "He tends to show up eventually, usually with a new scar and a reason somebody else should feel embarrassed. That didn't comfort him, which was fine. Comfort was not the point. I sent him back upstairs with nothing useful to report except that I had declined to cooperate with panic. Then the telemetry from Spheris Solis changed. It came in as a spike first. One violent flare at long range, bright enough to register even through the usual fog of junk data and delay. Not sustained, not a drifting radiation event. A hard, ugly burst with a profile that made intelligence people start talking faster than usual. Their early read tagged it as a burner detonation or something close to one. Right after that, the Magellan's beacon went dead. Not weakened, not degraded, dead. Cut off as if somebody had reached into the signal itself and snapped its neck. Mercer's signature vanished soon after. No call, no compressed burst, no transponder cough, no final curse sent back across the black just to make the report harder to summarize. Just absence. The kind that makes command people clear their throats and start saying things like probable loss. They read the sequence as random failure layered on top of an already unstable situation. Maybe Mercer found the wreck. Maybe he set the burner. Maybe the ship died with it. Maybe debris did the rest. It was a decent bureaucratic reading of the event. Neat enough to close a file on if you were in a hurry and the man involved was only a name. I didn't buy it. The order of it was too clean. Flare, beacon death, Mercer gone. That was not drift. That was action. Yes, something had happened out there with timing in it. Deliberate timing. Either Mercer had changed the board, or something else had changed it for him. In either case, the sequence didn't tell me to mourn. It told me the game had moved into a phase I could no longer watch from a gantry. Pressure started coming in from above almost immediately after that. Not shouted pressure. McCain was too disciplined for that. The quieter kind. Questions about resource allocation. Suggestions that the anomaly had likely resolved itself. Careful language about not compounding losses by chasing one special projects officer into a dead system already written off 3 years earlier. The station's bureaucracy had begun to grind toward closure, and once it starts moving that way, it likes to believe momentum is the same thing as wisdom. But Mercer was not just another missing pilot. If he was still breathing, he had either recovered the Magellan's data or died close enough to it that the two were now effectively the same problem. And if de Tesaro was right, if there was something buried in that graveyard capable of changing the war's dimensions, then leaving it out there because the first scout had gone dark was not prudence. It was surrender dressed up as process. At some point, waiting stops being discipline and starts becoming a decision in its own right. That was the moment we had reached. I left the bay and went back to my office. The station seemed louder on the walk there, as if McCain itself had caught wind of the choice forming and was trying to cover it with ordinary noise. Bulkhead announcements, cargo drones, boots on metal decking. Somewhere far off, the dull pulse of a mass driver drill. I stepped inside, sealed the hatch, and pulled the mission board up over the desk. Spheris Solis hovered there in cold blue lines and dead telemetry. The graveyard. The Magellan beacon, now dark. The last place Mercer had still existed as a signal, and not just a concern in somebody else's sentence. There was only one move left that wasn't theater. I sent the order down to Deck 9. 10 minutes later, the hatch opened and Captain Kira Honaker stepped into my office. She didn't waste movement, didn't bring any extra atmosphere in with her. Scout service. Lean, hard, all edges where Mercer was all control. I had seen her file, her flight records, her disciplinary notes, the long, ugly trail of places where she had survived by being quicker to the truth than the people around her. Mercer was the kind of scout you sent to slip through a knife fight without disturbing the air. Kira was what you sent after that stopped working. I did not offer her a chair. She did not ask for one. I brought Spheris Solis up between us and watched her eyes go straight to the blank where Mercer's signature should have been. That was where the waiting ended.
Chapter 12. Rescue Party.
McCain Station is a tin can full of dreamers, contractors, and Marines. I'm one of the relatively rare females on this platform, and what is more unlikely that I am one of the senior officers in the special operations teams. My name is Captain Kira Honaker, but they call me the Titanium Princess when they think I'm out of earshot. I'm not sure why they do. Perhaps it's meant to sting. As if titanium was delicate. I've never understood the attempted insult. Armor is what keeps you from ending up as a reddish smear on a bulkhead. It is what keeps you in the fight. I'm proud of the name. I had gotten the call a few minutes earlier, a priority message directing me to the command deck. I walked up to the hatch of Colonel Robbins's office, and it slid open as I arrived. I stepped in and saw Robbins standing behind the hollow table with his hands braced on the edge, looking like he'd been awake for longer than the station clock could defend. He did not waste time. Scouts don't need or want speeches. We need coordinates, probabilities, and an honest account of how ugly things are likely to get. He brought the display of Spheris Solis up between us in cold blue light. The debris field looked bad even in abstraction. Wreckage bloom, heat flare, broken telemetry, the last steady pulse of the Magellan signal, now dead. And farther out, where a return ought to have been, the blank space where Mercer's signature had stopped existing as data. Mercer is 24 hours past the latest practical return window, Robbins said. His voice was flat but not indifferent. There's a difference, and old soldiers can hear it. I heard it. He found the target, he went on. At some point after that, we caught a flare consistent with a burner event. The beacon died. His signal vanished soon after. No final burst, no recall request, no transponder bleed. I looked at the dead patch on the map a little longer than I needed to. Mercer, special projects, Pathfinder, good combat record, better reputation, the kind of pilot other people described with a certain amount of superstition because skill alone stopped sounding sufficient after a while. You want a recovery? I said. No, I need the data, Robbins replied. However, if Mercer is alive, I want him back too. There it was, honest enough to work with. He enlarged the graveyard and overlaid the last known vectors. Enemy activity remains high. We assumed that from the start. We assume it now. If he's alive, he may be cold and hiding. If he's dead, whatever killed him may still be in the area. Either way, this is not a rescue operation. No, I said. It's evidence recovery with an option for a rescue. He looked at me once and decided not to object to the phrasing, because objecting would have wasted both our time. You understand the risk. Colonel, you sent one scout into a dead system to investigate a distress signal from a science vessel that was destroyed 3 years ago, I said. Now you're sending a second scout after the first. I understand the shape of it. You're going into a trap. I studied the map again. The wreckage lanes, the vanished signal, the timing between the burner flare and Mercer's disappearance. It had teeth, certainly, but traps are still patterns. The trick is not to take the bite personally. You sent him in to trip it, I said. Now you want me to find out what bit down. Robbins did not answer right away. That was answer enough. I accepted the job because there wasn't much to think about. Missions like this stop being choices the second the facts line up correctly. Either the Magellan had produced something worth killing over, or it hadn't. If it had, then Mercer was either carrying it, hiding beside it, or dead close enough to it that the distinction had become academic. If it hadn't, the command deck was still interested in paying enough to know the answer for sure, before somebody higher up in the Directorate started inventing more expensive mistakes. I turned to leave. Honaker. I stopped at the hatch. Bring me the data and find Mercer. He's still alive. I can feel it. That was as close to sentiment as Robbins ever got in uniform. I glanced back at him. Got it. I walked out. Bay 9 was all cold light and old noise by the time I got there. Deck crews moved around the launch cradle with the purposeful economy of people who knew exactly what kind of mission they were pretending not to watch. Nobody saluted. Nobody wished me luck. Good. Luck is what people mention when they don't trust the machine, the math, or the person inside it. The Valkyrie waited in her clamps. Sims class. Same bloodline as Mercer's Pathfinder, but a few years younger. The Valkyrie always looked leaner to me, meaner around the angles, as if somebody had built her with less patience for compromise. Black skin. Tight geometry. No wasted silhouette. A proper scout boat. Not made for comfort, ceremony, or being admired on a gantry. Made to go somewhere bad and come back with the data everyone else missed. I climbed the access ladder, crossed the hull, and dropped into the cockpit. It sealed around me with the familiar, close-fitting indifference of military hardware. Carbon fiber, restraint webbing, instrument glow. No charms hanging from the frame. No photos tucked into corners. No little civilian rituals designed to make a cockpit feel like a room. I've never understood that habit either. Ships are not homes. They're weapons with environmental controls. I ran the pre-flight, containment green, drive stable, thermal management nominal, passive systems clean, weapons checked, then checked again. The sequence was stripped down and severe, because that was the only sequence worth trusting. People romanticize solo flight when they're not the ones in the seat. They talk about nerve and instinct and what kind of soul it must take to go alone into the dark. The truth is uglier and less flattering. It's checklists, heat discipline, timing, repetition so thorough it feels like contempt. I keyed the comms. Valkyrie to tower, clear my lane. A burst of static, then clearance. The clamps released with a heavy thud that came up through the seat and into my spine. For one brief second, the ship hung there under station light, suspended between machine and motion. Then I pushed the throttle forward and McCain dropped away behind me. No ceremony, no audience worth acknowledging. Just the station shrinking into its own hard geometry while the stars ahead sharpened into work. I pushed the ship towards the jump hole, and the stars ahead start to stretch into white needles. The slipstream was calling to me like a bad idea with good timing. Mercer's out there somewhere, pretending he's a ghost. Fine. Ghosts still leave footprints if you know what to look for. I'm not coming to rescue him. I'm coming to confirm what he did, and find the thing he risked everything to touch. If he's alive, he's going to hate the way I say, "I told you so." If he's dead, I'll bring back the data and let the ledger argue with itself. Either way, strap in, Mercer. The Titanium Princess is on her way.
Chapter 13, Nano Kit.
I was still alive 3 days after turning that Skull Scout into a cloud of drifting atoms, which now felt much less like victory and more like a tie game. The Pathfinder hung crippled in the gut of Spheris Solis, engines cold, life support wheezing, hull ticking and groaning around me like a man trying not to die loudly. My console was dead, oxygen sat at 20% and falling. The ship was a 60-meter coffin with better instrumentation. I cracked the emergency nano repair kit and bolted it into the primary power bus. Inside the cylinder, silver sludge woke and began to move. Microscopic machines crawling out across fractured carbon fiber and burned conduits with the agonizing pace of something that knew I had no alternative. The kit was designed to restore critical systems, not quickly, just fast enough to provide the crew a little bit of hope. The thing was that the nanotech drew power like a starving animal. Every minute it worked, the ship got a little colder. Every minute it bought me, it took something else. Nano was like prayer that way, useful mainly because there was nothing else left to try. So I waited. I listened to the hull creak. I watched the shadows lengthen across the cockpit. I kept one eye on the repair crawl and the other on the oxygen counter. as if attention alone might slow the numbers. Isolation does strange things to a man when there's no task left but endurance. The mind slips its leash. It starts walking old ground. I found myself thinking about the family cottage on the northern shore of North America, where the lake used to go blue under the evening light and the air smelled of pine instead of coolant, sweat, and fear. I could almost feel the smooth wooden porch boards under bare feet. I could see summer light lying across the water the way it had before the war, before the Directorate, before I was old enough to understand that leaving and losing are not always different things. Back then, I thought I had nothing worth keeping. My parents were already gone from me in all the ways that mattered. I saw the Marines as an opportunity. The Directorate handed me a flight suit, pointed me toward the black, and I went willingly. I traded a small life for a violent one, because the violent one at least seemed to mean something. The Directorate took plenty after that. Time, illusions, friends, whole versions of the future. But some things I surrendered myself. I gave away the possibility of stillness. I gave away the right to imagine that home was waiting where I left it. The cottage was gone now, not necessarily in the physical sense. Maybe the wall still stood somewhere under weather and neglect, but gone in the only way that counted. Time had taken it past recovery. War had taken me past return. Home had stopped being a destination years ago. It had become a concept, then a memory, then mostly a habit of speech. Out here, in the freezing dark, the closest thing I had to it was the Pathfinder, and even she sounded tired of carrying me. A tone flickered across the dead console. At first I thought I'd imagined it, another mechanical ghost from a dying ship, but then the board twitched and caught it again, a Directorate Scout synchronization signal, encrypted, narrow beam, very, very stealthy. The kind of handshake only our people used, and the Dominion was not supposed to be able to follow. The nanites hadn't brought much back, but they'd restored enough for the ship to recognize family. Someone had come after me. That realization landed strangely, part relief, part suspicion, part the sour understanding that Robbins might have sent help for me, or for the data I was carrying, and would consider either outcome acceptable. Then an external spotlight cut across my viewport, white and hard and sudden in the black. It swept once through the wreckage, then settled on my hull, black on black silhouette, jagged lines, Sims design, the Valkyrie. Honaker. For a brief private second, I let myself feel it. Relief, clean, and dangerous. Then the comms burst through on emergency frequency, sharp as a slap. Pathfinder, this is Valkyrie. Quit playing dead, Mercer. We've got company dropping into the system, and they aren't looking for a chat. Of course, that was her opening line. I was trying to figure out how to display a modicum of gratitude before the system answered for me. A massive sensor bloom rose at the edge of the board, ugly and unmistakable, a contact profile too large to be anything but bad news. A Dominion frigate punched through the veil and into the system with all the subtlety of a hammer entering glass. Its arrival disturbed the wreckage field, sent debris shifting, woke my sensors into fresh panic. It had enough firepower to burn what remained of Spheris Solis into finer dust. I looked at the dead console, at the slow silver crawl of the nanites, at the oxygen counter bleeding away what little margin I had left. Then I looked back at the Valkyrie's light holding steady on my hull. I wasn't alone anymore. On another trip that would have meant rescue. This time it just meant the scale of the problem had changed.
Chapter 14, Transfusion.
Oh shit. That wasn't profanity. It was a status report. The Dominion frigate came into Spheris Solis with the kind of mass that made the stealth of my Sims-class scout feel theatrical. One moment, the wreckage field was only a graveyard. The next, it had a predator in it. My scope lit with fresh warnings, threat blooms stacking over one another until the display looked like it was bleeding. The frigate wasn't here to investigate. It was here to finish what Mercer had started. If it found us, there would be no hails, no demands, no ritual of escalation. Just a clean, impersonal solution delivered at range. I kept the Valkyrie cold and mean behind a slab of dead Directorate armor while its first active scan rolled across the debris field. The pulse moved through the wreckage like a hand across water, touching everything, asking nothing. For an instant, the broken metal around me flashed on sensors, hull shards, snapped spars, frozen atmosphere hanging in glittering veils. Then the field went dark again. Somewhere inside that dead architecture was Mercer, half frozen, low on oxygen, trying to resurrect a ship that had already started making peace with its own obituary. I cut my comms down to a hairline narrow beam and lanced it straight at his hull. "Mercer," I said, "don't move. Not yet." His reply came back ragged with static and fatigue. "Can't move anything more than my bowels without power." Good. Sarcasm meant cortical function. It meant he was still Mercer. On my scope, the frigate began a methodical search spiral, active sweeps layered with passive sniffing for heat, power bleed, and anything else in the wreckage foolish enough to still believe it was alive. That was the thing about big predators. They didn't need to hurry. Time belonged to them until somebody bigger took it away. I sent a query. "Status?" A pause. Then, 20% oxygen. Emergency nano kit is rebuilding the primary bus. Engines are sculpture. Weapons are theology. I almost smiled. Copy. You're a coffin with opinions. I eased the Valkyrie out from behind cover on thrusters so low they were barely more than intention. Stealth at that range was less like flying and more like withholding evidence. I matched his drift vector, slid through a corridor of broken hull plating and shattered trusswork, and brought my ship down beneath the Pathfinder's shadow. 2 scout craft in a graveyard, each trying hard to impersonate debris. The first close look told me what I needed to know. Mercer's ship was hurt, but not gone. The emergency nano kit had spread itself across the primary bus in branching silver veins, machines crawling over ruined conduits and burned interfaces with the patience of frost. Slow, power-hungry, and just barely working. The kind of repair that could save a ship if the universe agreed to stop interrupting for a few minutes. It never did. "Visual observation doesn't look too bad. Pathfinder can come back," I said. "Maybe." "That your bedside manner?" It's my optimism. I watched another scan wave unfold from the frigate, wider this time, walking the wreckage piece by piece. "Align your power collar." A beat. Done. Of course it was. He had been waiting for rescue the way wounded men always wait for rescue, by pretending not to. I brought the Valkyrie in the rest of the way by touch and instrumentation, centimeter thrusts, minute corrections, both ships drifting inside a maze of dead metal, while a Dominion frigate searched the field with priestly patience. The docking collar kissed, scraped, then seated with a hard metallic shudder that ran through my deck and into my teeth. Seals clamped. Indicators blinked green. 2 ships became one thermal problem. "Docked," I said. Felt that. Try sounding grateful. "I'm conserving oxygen." I routed power from the Valkyrie's reactor into his emergency bus. The transfer hit with a heavy draw, a blood transfusion between damaged organs. My board flickered as his starving systems drank. On the shared telemetry, I watched the nano repair swarm respond instantly, their crawl accelerating, silver branching faster through the black fracture lines of his crippled ship. Then Mercer said, "Quieter now." Nano rate just doubled. "Good," I said, "because our guest is getting really nosy." Beyond the hull, the frigate altered vector. Its search pattern tightened into something less general and more suspicious. Active scans moved through the debris with deliberate overlap, stripping away false negatives, worrying each wreck the way a dog worries bone. It was no longer searching for survivors in the abstract. It was looking for the lie, for the one heat source or power fluctuation that did not belong in a graveyard this old. We kept talking in clipped fragments because that was all the bandwidth we had, emotionally or tactically. Bus integrity? Improving. Engine restart? Unclear. A useful answer. Honest one. That was the thing about competence. You recognized it before you trusted it, and sometimes trust arrived anyway. Mercer didn't waste words. He gave me what mattered. No drama, no request for comfort, no impulse to narrate his own suffering. I answered in kind. Between us, that counted as intimacy. I pushed another careful increment of power through the dock. Warning glyphs rose amber along my board. Heat signature climbing, reactor margin narrowing, detection risk increasing. I ignored all of them for the moment. Warnings are just machines announcing they've grasped the situation. Time, Mercer said. I ran the numbers again because sometimes you hate an answer less on the second reading. Borrowed. How borrowed? Minutes? Silence for a beat, then, Nano wants 10. 10 is fiction. It's just physics. That's why nobody likes physics. I feathered the transfer higher anyway, walking the line just below recklessness, and not entirely convinced there was a line anymore. The Valkyrie grew warmer around me. Somewhere deep in the hull, systems that had spent their lives being taught silence began to mutter protest. We were becoming visible by degrees, not enough to trip certainty, enough to interest a hunter already in the mood. Outside, another scan struck the wreckage. Harder, narrower. The frigate had shifted to methodical discrimination now, cutting the field into sectors, peeling away clutter, letting algorithms worry at anomalies. It was coming in on a vector that would eventually strip our cover away and leave 2 docked scouts hanging against open dark like a confession. Mercer's voice came back steady and flat, the tone pilots use when they have moved beyond fear into arithmetic. Primary bus is back. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Good, keep going. A pause. Diagnostic chatter flickered across the linked feed. Flight surfaces responding. Partial helm. Targeting just blinked. Say that with more affection. Targeting, he repeated. Just blinked. I chuckled. That was better than I'd expected, and worse than I wanted. Enough power to wake weapons meant enough heat to tempt sensors. The frigate pinged the field again. This time the return pattern came back with a subtle hesitation, a machine's equivalent of narrowing its eyes. It had caught a scent. I felt the Valkyrie warming under me, felt the clock shrinking into something sharp enough to cut with. Mercer must have seen the same thing on his restored board, because when he spoke again, his voice had changed. Less half-dead, more combat-ready, not healthy, just occupied. Weapons bus is coming online. Good, I said. No sarcasm that time, just fact. Because the truth had simplified itself. We had minutes, maybe less. 2 docked scouts hiding in a debris field under extreme stealth discipline while a Dominion frigate searched the graveyard 1 patient scan at a time. We were no longer in the rescue phase of the problem. We were in the part where rescue and escape become synonyms, or both fail together. Outside, the frigate turned a fraction more in our direction, vast and ugly in the dark, its bow coming around like a judge leaning in to hear final testimony. Inside the narrow seam between the Valkyrie and the Pathfinder, 2 people who preferred to operate alone shared telemetry, power, and silence with the efficiency of old professionals. Competence moved first, trust followed behind it, uninvited and undeniable. Mercer? Yeah. We are on borrowed minutes. I noticed. Try not to make me regret this. His answer came back dry as old paper. You came after me, Honaker. Regret was already implied. And despite everything, the frigate, the heat, the shrinking margin, the math turning uglier by the second, I felt the shape of the partnership settle into place. Not chosen, not welcomed, just real.
Chapter 15. Orestes.
As Mercer's broken ship stitched itself back toward usefulness, my mind did what it always does when there's nothing left to shoot and too much time to think. It went somewhere I never asked it to go. Orestes. The frigate's scan rolled across the wreckage field again, clean and methodical, and for half a second the pulse on my board became sunlight in another life. Not station light, not reactor glare. Real sunlight, falling hot across scrub grass and prefab walls, and the little strip of packed dirt that passed for a lane between homesteads. Before McCain, before the Valkyrie, before some clever bastard on the station started calling me the Titanium Princess like it was a joke and not a summary. Before all that, I had a husband, a daughter, and a world small enough to fit inside ordinary hope. Orestes was the kind of colony the Corps liked to use in speeches. Productive, stable, civilized out on the edge. We had fields, windbreak fences, maintenance sheds, irrigation pumps that always needed one more repair than the manuals admitted, and the endless quiet arithmetic of keeping a life together in a place that had never wanted people there in the first place. Real coffee when shipments came through on time. Real wind at night. Wheat hissing under the sun. My husband talked about crop yields the way other men talked about theology, as if numbers honestly kept could force the universe to behave. My daughter was 7 and believed jump holes were magic doors and ships were steeds you could ride to fantastic new places. She hadn't yet learned that the galaxy does not hate innocence, it just doesn't bother noticing it. We lived inside the old lie. That distance meant safety. That the Dominion was a border problem, a strategic concern, a thing for uniforms and briefings and casualty maps. Somebody else's war. We weren't stupid. We knew the news. We just believed, the way civilians always do, that horror observed at sufficient range becomes policy instead of fate. The attack came at noon. No warning, no escalation, no demand. Just a white flash so violent it seemed to rewrite the sky. I was in the root cellar checking inventory when the first kinetic strike hit. The impact came through the ground before it came through the air. Then the house above me ceased to be a house. Wood, synthboard, ceramic insulation, glass, metal fixtures, everything came apart at once with the ugly efficiency of something never designed to survive hatred from orbit. I remember the concussion in my ribs, dirt in my mouth, the taste of pulverized plaster and hot copper. I remember thinking, with absurd clarity, that the canning jars were going to shatter before I had time to reach the ladder. Then silence, not peace, not even absence. The kind of silence that follows when sound has done all the damage it came to do. I clawed my way up through splintered boards and collapsed shelving and a layer of dust so fine it felt manufactured. By the time I got outside, Orestes had already crossed the line between colony and aftermath. The house was gone. The garden was a crater. The fence line had opened in 3 places. Farther out, the neighboring prefabs had become low black shapes against a horizon full of smoke. The sky itself looked sick, as if the light had been bruised. What I remember most is how wrong the world looked. Not destroyed. Wrong. As if reality had been reassembled in a hurry by somebody who had only heard descriptions of home and never seen one. There are details grief preserves against all reason. Not the big things, not the totalities, small things. A cup melted into the porch supports. The irrigation arm still turning in one field because nobody had told it the farm was over. A child's learning slate split neatly in 2. And on what remained of the fence by the lane, a scorched hair ribbon, caught and fluttering in the hot wind like the world's final insult. That was all that still looked like mine. I didn't cry. People say that, like it means strength. It didn't. There was just nothing soft left in me to cry with. Grief didn't arrive as sorrow. It arrived as temperature loss. Everything inside me went cold and stayed cold long enough to become architecture. The Directorate found me in the emotional afterlife of that day, when the dead had stopped being recoverable and the survivors had started being useful. I was a physicist by training, educated enough to be valuable, damaged enough to be motivated. They gave me process, uniform, clearance, mission structure, a lawful channel for appetites that would otherwise have ruined me. People like to imagine service is about duty, order, civic belief. Maybe for some of them it is. For me, it was vengeance-granted legal structure, revenge with paperwork, murder sorted into acceptable categories and signed for at the top. I took it with both hands. That was the truth, beneath everything respectable I've ever said about my career. I did not join to protect the Directorate. I did not join because I believed in the purity of command. I joined because I wanted the skulls to hurt, and this was the only machine big enough to help me do it repeatedly. Scout service suited me because it burned the nonsense away. Out here, there were no committees pretending language could civilize violence. No civilians comforting themselves with abstractions, just targets, distances, signatures, timing windows, and the old clean question, do they die or do you? That was why I trusted Mercer. He was like me in some very real way. Not an adventurer, a professional. A killer who flew out into the dark and made the skulls pay. A hunter like myself, just without the miserable backstory. The docking collar hummed between the Valkyrie and the Pathfinder, a rigid metal umbilical carrying power, heat, and necessity from one crippled scout to another. 2 coffins sharing blood. On the linked feed, I watched Mercer's systems crawl toward life, while outside the Dominion frigate continued its search with priestly patience. Another scan moved across the wreckage, another careful pass. It wasn't frantic. Frantic hunters miss things. This one was certain the field contained something alive, and meant to peel that certainty down to proof, one layer at a time. I checked thermal load. Didn't like it. Checked again anyway. The Valkyrie was warming under the strain of the transfer. Mercer's repair kit was chewing power and throwing off heat as it rebuilt his emergency bus. Between us, 2 stealth craft designed to disappear were becoming a detectable argument. Signature bleed was climbing toward the point where the frigate would no longer need to infer our presence. It would simply see us. We could not keep hiding. That realization settled into me with the strange calm that sometimes comes right before violence. Not panic, not even dread. Just the clear internal click of one decision displacing another. If this turned into a choice, and it would, then only one of us needed to get out. Not the better pilot, not the more salvageable ship, the one carrying the Magellan data. Mercer had the payload. Mercer had the reason command would still care about this place tomorrow. If someone escaped Spheris Solis, it had to be him. I made that decision quietly, the way people make all the ones that matter. No ceremony, no inward speech, just a boundary drawn and accepted. Something in me hardened when it happened. Up to then, I had still been operating as rescue, precision docking, power routing, thermal arithmetic, professional obligation dressed up as irritation. After that, I was something else. Not escort, not partner, screen, delay, obstruction by force. Whatever name the after-action report might someday use, the reality was simpler. If the frigate committed to a kill, my job became buying Mercer enough seconds to matter. I tightened my hand on the stick until my knuckles paled. On the narrow beam, Mercer said, "Repair rates climbing." Good, I answered. No edge in it, no joke, just fact. Because the field had changed around us. The wreckage still drifted, the frigate still hunted, the dead still said nothing. But inside my own head, the future had already simplified itself into terms I trusted. One ship might get clear. One ship might have to stay visible long enough to make that possible. The Directorate could call that sacrifice if it liked. That was core language. Clean, ceremonial, useful for walls and speeches. I had another word for it. Payment. I looked once more at the rising thermal load, at the scan geometry tightening around us, at the shrinking little envelope where stealth remained plausible. Then I looked through the forward display at the vast black shape of the Dominion frigate moving through the wreckage like an old grudge finely given engines. I had already lost one world to these bastards. I was not letting them take anything else.
Chapter 16. Decisions.
The Dominion frigate stopped searching and started hunting. It didn't find us with any one sweep. It found us the way big machines find small lies, by ruling out everything else. The wreckage in this sector drifted one way, slow and obedient to the old violence that had made it. We were the only anomaly left. 2 scout hulls tucked too carefully into dead metal, sharing heat, sharing mass, sharing a pattern no graveyard should have had. On my restored board, I watched the frigate's search geometry change, not broader, narrower, certain. Then it pivoted. The thing turned in the dark with obscene confidence, thrusters blooming blue-white against the debris field, and for the first time since Honaker docked with me, the situation felt honest. It knew something was here. Maybe not what, maybe not where exactly, but the phase where stealth could save us by itself was over. Status, Kira snapped over the whisper link. I looked at the board and gave her the truth, stripped to utility. Life support stable, primary bus back, helm responding, engines available at partial burn. I checked the weapons diagnostics, already knowing I would hate them. Mass drivers dead, plasma dead, torpedoes only. A beat. Not hesitation, calculation. Then, copy, you run. Now. For a moment I just stared at the panel, as if another answer might appear if I insulted it hard enough. That's not a plan. It is, she said. You need to survive long enough to matter. Outside, the frigate adjusted vector again, massive, deliberate. A ship that did not hurry because it had never needed to. Debris shifted in the wash of its thrusters. Broken hull plates rotated lazily. Frozen atmosphere lit for a second like disturbed dust in cathedral light. Kira, you have the data, she said, and there was something in her voice now that hadn't been there before. No irritation, no edge for its own sake, just iron. You are the mission, I am the noise. That shut me up for half a heartbeat, which is more silence than most people ever get out of me. The docking clamps released with a hard mechanical shudder. The Valkyrie and the Pathfinder drifted apart, 2 black hulls separating in the dark like conspirators caught in the same beam. Then Kira did exactly what she had promised. She lit the Valkyrie up. Not fully, not stupidly, just enough. Enough heat, enough vector, enough sharp, deliberate movement to become the most offensive thing on the frigate's board. Her ship went from whisper to scream in the space of a second, engines burning hard as she kicked away from my shadow and across open wreckage, black hull flashing through sensor bloom like a knife being drawn. She wasn't fleeing. She was making herself visible on purpose, an insult with thrust. The frigate took it personally. Its bow came around toward her, with the ponderous speed of something too large to doubt the outcome. Targeting solutions must have bloomed all over its systems, because a heartbeat later, point defense fire lashed across the space she had just vacated. Bright lines cut through the debris field, sharp and impersonal. Kira drove straight into the worst of the wreckage instead of away from it, threading the Valkyrie through snapped trusses, ruptured hull sections, and drifting slabs of dead Directorate metal thick enough to confuse fire control and punish anything less agile than a scout ship flown by a maniac. Or a professional. With Honaker, the line was narrow. "Burn for the jump point," she said. "I'm taking them into the battlefield." I knew that was a good plan, the only plan. She was heading toward the part of the debris field that was dense enough to turn pursuit into an agonizing chase. I lit the engines. The Pathfinder answered like an injured animal forced back onto its feet. The burn wasn't pretty, but it was real. Structural warnings muttered through the board. Helm lagged half a breath behind my inputs. The ship wanted to complain about being alive, which I took as a positive sign. I kept the signature low and slid into the dark geometry of the debris, using the long shadows of broken hulls and drifting armor plates to mask my heat and vector. No heroics, no flourish, just the ugly work of getting out. Behind me, the frigate hesitated, just for an instant, its attention split between the contact running hot across its forward arc and the new, weaker ghost trying to bleed away through shadow. Kira made the decision for it. On my passive returns, I watched the Valkyrie spit a dirty little attack toward the frigate's sensor cluster. Not enough to kill anything important, just enough to irritate. A slap across the face of a much larger opponent. It worked. The frigate committed to her. Its heavy bulk rolled further into pursuit, bringing its forward batteries around on the Valkyrie as Kira dragged it deeper into the broken heart of the field. She was buying me seconds the expensive way, which left me with a choice I did not enjoy. I could obey the logic of her sacrifice and run clean, or I could leave behind one last complication. I armed 2 torpedoes. Both tubes came awake sluggishly, the systems around them still running on patched power and spite. My targeting solution was a disgrace, half-restored sensors, intermittent telemetry, debris interference everywhere. But the frigate was enormous, predictable, and currently obsessed with the brighter problem in front of it. That helped. Arrogance helps almost as much as good luck. I built a delayed firing solution against its projected path. Not where it was, where it would have to be if it kept chasing Kira the way it was chasing her now. The math came together ugly but serviceable. 2 fish thrown into dark water and trusted to find the current. On the comm, Kira said, "Mercer, report." "On vector," I said. "Don't get sentimental." "That your way of saying you care?" "That's my way of saying jump." I almost said something else. Something dumber. Something human. Instead, I held the ship steady, waited for one more fractional shift in the frigate's pursuit line, and loosed the first torpedo. Then the second. They left the tubes with almost no drama. Just 2 dark shapes sliding out into the wreckage field under low signature, quiet as bad intentions. For a few seconds they looked like debris themselves, small and forgettable among larger ruins. Then their internal logic took over, and they began to hunt, patient, cold, and fast. "Kira," I said, and my voice caught on her name more than I wanted it to. "You jump," she said. "You deliver the data. That's an order." There it was. The Directorate, returning at the exact moment 2 people had nearly become something else. Mission language. Necessary. Cruel. Useful. The jump drive whined up through the deck. Lights dimmed. The Pathfinder felt briefly insubstantial around me, as if the ship were already deciding which version of space it belonged to. Ahead, the route to escape narrowed into mathematics and nerve. Behind me, Kira was still in the field with a frigate far above her weight class and 2 torpedoes. I had launched more out of refusal than confidence. I didn't look back. People talk about courage as if it has something to do with facing things. Sometimes courage is accepting that looking back changes nothing except your chances. I drove the Pathfinder into the slipstream. The stars pulled thin and white. The wreckage of Spheris Solis sheared apart into lines and glare. The graveyard vanished behind me, carrying Kira Honaker, a Dominion frigate, and the unresolved portion of my conscience into the dark. I went out with the Magellan data alive in my hold, and uncertainty riding beside it. Had I abandoned her, or had I obeyed the only necessity left to either of us? Behind me, somewhere in the black I could no longer see, 2 torpedoes were still running, silent, delayed, and angry, toward a frigate that thought it had reduced the problem to 1 hunted ship. It was about to learn there had been 2 of us all along.
Chapter 17, Outcomes.
Mercer jumped. I saw the slip flare tear white across my scopes, saw the Pathfinder vanish with the Magellan data in its hold, and gave him exactly half a second of professional goodwill before the rest of my attention snapped back to the problem that still wanted my blood. The Dominion frigate came on through the debris field with the patience of a machine built by people who had never doubted the usefulness of fear. It did not lunge. It did not rage. It simply kept coming, shouldering through the wreckage with obscene confidence, active scans combing the debris field 1 layer at a time. Broken hull sections turned in its wake. Fuel frost flashed and died. Dead ships rolled slowly aside like driftwood in a tide too heavy to resist. "Yeah," I muttered, hands tight on the stick. "Now it's just us." The Valkyrie was still hot from the power transfer, too bright against the cold black around me. Thermal warnings crowded the edge of my board: reactor load, signature bleed, hull stress. I ignored them with the familiar irritation of a pilot who knows the ship is correct and has no better options to offer. I kicked out a spread of decoys anyway: cold chaff, false heat blooms, little lies tumbling loose into the dark, and for a moment the battlefield came alive with ghosts. 3 false vectors, 2 phantom acceleration profiles, a scatter of possible Kira Honekers, all equally rude. The frigate ignored at my lies and kept following the truth. Of course it did. I drove the Valkyrie deeper into the wreckage, not smooth, not pretty, just exact. I knifed through a rotating canyon of snapped trusses and ruptured hull ribs, rolled under the tumbling carcass of a Directorate escort, then cut hard around a tank cluster venting frozen atmosphere into glittering white plumes. Every meter demanded another correction. Every correction bled heat. The frigate's solutions tightened behind me, kinetic fire lashing through the lanes I had just vacated, each burst arriving with enough mass to turn a scout ship into particulate memory. I started building a jump solution in fragments. I was not planning on being a martyr. I needed an exit strategy. Align, correct, reject. Align, correct, reject. The board kept offering me unsafe windows, partial vectors, desperate possibilities that would have gotten me out of the field only by scattering me across 3 systems in statistically meaningful pieces. I kept flying. The first real hit came from starboard aft. A heavy kinetic round clipped the Valkyrie's rear quarter, and the whole ship lurched sideways so hard my vision flashed white. Something deep in the hull screamed through the frame. The harness crushed me back into the seat. Pain shot up my left arm in a bright, electrical burst, and my shoulder gave with a wet internal pop that made my stomach turn over. I bit down on the sound that wanted out and forced the ship level again. "Status," I croaked, because talking to a dying machine is still better than silence. The Valkyrie answered in alarms. Port maneuvering degraded. Hull breach contained. Thermal load rising. Flight correction lag increasing. Somewhere behind my seat, burned insulation started to stink up the cockpit, hot and chemical and intimate. Blood was running warm down my side, trapped under the suit where I couldn't spare a hand to check it. My left hand had gone half numb. The right one would have to do for both. The frigate kept coming. That was what made it obscene. Not its size, not its firepower, its calm. It was not trying to kill me quickly. Quick kills are for equals. This thing was hurting me, pushing me off clean vectors, crippling lanes instead of closing them, narrowing the geometry until escape looked stupid and capture looked inevitable. Dominion liked prisoners when prisoners were useful. A scout ship, especially one pulled out of a graveyard operation, counted as useful. Not happening, I said, though whether I meant capture, surrender, or the entire idea of being taken alive, I couldn't have said. I hauled the Valkyrie through a gap that barely deserved the name, hull plating scraping so close to dead metal that proximity alarms blurred into one continuous shriek. The ship flinched around me. Another glancing strike came in low and aft, not as hard as the first, but enough to shake something loose behind the instrument panel. Sparks spat across the board. My jump calculations vanished for half a second, returned, then reappeared uglier than before. My breathing had gone shallow. Not fear. Pain. My shoulder was bad now, probably more than dislocated, and every correction dragged fire down my ribs where the harness had driven something inward. I tasted copper at the back of my throat. Good. Still conscious enough to notice details. Ahead, the debris began to thin. The wreckage opened into a wider lane, and with it came a problem. Open space meant cleaner targeting, better scan return, fewer places to disappear. The frigate knew it too. Its bow angled to cut me off from the only viable route to a full jump alignment. It was steering me into a box and taking its time about closing the lid. My jump drive indicator blinked amber. Alignment incomplete. Unsafe. Possible catastrophic transit. I laughed once, short and ugly. That's a very polished way to say maybe. The frigate closed further, vast now, even on tactical display, its mass flattening every other thought. I could picture the officers inside it, if skulls even had officers, watching my heat signature wobble, watching my options collapse, already deciding what shape of wreck they preferred to drag out of the field. For the first time since Mercer left, the possibility of failure arrived as something more than arithmetic. Not death. Capture. I hated that more. I'd use a burner before that. I straightened in the seat as much as the harness and pain would allow and felt something wet spread under my collar. Fine. If this was going to end badly, it was not going to end with me pleading at a tactical display. I set my jaw, drove one-handed toward the bad jump window, and decided that if the Valkyrie had to tear itself apart to deny them, then at least the paperwork on their side would be disappointing. Then my threat board flashed. 2 new contacts, small, cold, running dark through the debris. For one stupid, exhausted second, I thought the frigate had launched something clever. Then the vectors resolved. Then the timing resolved. Then I understood. "Mercer," I said, and it came out half curse, half laugh. The torpedoes arrived like delayed consequences. They had been ghosting through the wreckage on the frigate's projected path, while I bled and dodged and kept the big bastard interested. Now their drives woke at terminal proximity, bright and vicious at the exact wrong moment for anyone inside that ship to do much about it. The first detonation hit low along the frigate's forward quarter, just off the sensor cluster. Light punched out through armor seams in a hard white bloom. The second struck a fraction later, farther aft, where the ship had already committed its weight into pursuit. Armor peeled, structural lines broke. For an instant, the entire frigate seemed to hesitate, as if even a vessel that large needed time to understand that it had just been mortally contradicted. Then it came apart. Not cleanly, not all at once. Catastrophic kills are uglier than that. The forward section sheared first, venting fire and atmosphere and pieces of internal deckwork into the debris field. A rolling chain of secondary explosions walked the ship's spine from bow toward engineering, each one brighter than the last, until the whole immense thing looked less like a warship than a collapsing industrial accident. Broken armor slabs pinwheeled outward. A turret assembly the size of a shuttle tore free and vanished into a cloud of incandescent scrap. The wreckage field, already a graveyard, suddenly had fresh dead to swallow. My victory lasted exactly 1 heartbeat. Then the expanding debris front hit my threat board. Of course, I whispered. Shit. A crippled scout ship in close proximity to a disintegrating frigate has two choices: leave immediately or become part of the lesson. I had no stable jump window, a failing hull, one good arm, and consciousness that was beginning to dim at the edges like an old station on reduced power. The Valkyrie made the decision before I finished thinking it. Emergency survival logic overrode my partial inputs. The ship seized the best available solution out of a pile of terrible ones, slammed warning glyphs across my board, and began spooling for immediate transit. I tried to object on reflex, because pilots hate being overruled even by machines that are right, but the effort collapsed into a cough and a flash of pain so bright it hollowed the cockpit out. Outside, the debris wave expanded toward me in a storm of hot metal and fractured light. Behind it, what remained of the Dominion frigate was still tearing itself open, huge pieces of it turning end over end in silent ruin. Fine, I told the ship, or maybe myself. Pick one. The jump drive climbed. The deck vibrated. The board dimmed to survival priorities. My hands had gone numb on the controls. My shoulder no longer felt attached to anything useful. Blood floated in a thin red thread inside my sleeve where the suit had lost interest in pretending everything was contained. The cockpit narrowed to a tunnel. Instruments became colored smears. Somewhere in the noise, the Valkyrie committed to its answer. The stars ahead of me bent. The wreckage field surged forward. And just before the jump took me, I had one last clear thought. Not about command, not about glory or debt, or whether anybody would ever know exactly what had happened here. Just irritation. Damn it, Mercer, this had been my kill. Then the Valkyrie tore a hole in space and threw us through it, choosing survival for me because I was no longer in any condition to argue. The expanding debris of the dying frigate vanished into white distortion. The cockpit went dark around the edges. My head fell sideways against the harness. I wondered dimly where the ship had decided to send a half-conscious woman with one working arm and too much blood inside her suit. Then I passed out.
Chapter 18. The Mirror.
McCain Station doesn't do homecomings for scouts. When I limped the Pathfinder into the hangar, there were no banners, no waiting brass, no ceremonial relief at the fact that a ship declared functionally dead had still managed to drag itself home. There were only magnetic grapples slamming onto my scorched hull and the hard industrial rhythm of deck crews moving in because motion was easier than celebration. I remember the airlock cycling. I remember trying to stand and discovering that my body had quietly resigned somewhere between the jump and final approach. I remember Robbins being there when the hatch opened, his face set in that winter-hard way of his. Then the deck came up and hit me in the face, solving the rest of the problem for me. When I woke, Medbay had me. White light, white partitions, white noise from ventilators and monitors, and the low human sounds of people recovering badly, but not badly enough to die. Somebody had done expensive things to my body while I was out. The sharp edges were gone. The deep damage had been sealed. Pain was still there, but organized now, filed into manageable categories. A courtesy from modern medicine. Robbins sat beside the bed in a chair that looked too flimsy for him. He leaned forward, forearm on his knee, as if he had been there long enough for posture to stop mattering. "You look terrible," he said. "You should see the ship." I did. A pause. "You treated her disrespectfully." I might have laughed if breathing had seemed worth the trouble. Instead, I turned my head against the pillow and studied him. He looked more tired than I remembered, which on Robbins was saying something. "The data?" I asked. His expression changed by almost nothing, which was how I knew the answer mattered. "It's real," he said, "and it's already moving people who don't usually move quickly. Analysis is still underway, but what came off the Magellan has altered high-level planning. Strategy, force posture, deployment assumptions. The general has already personally taken the findings core side. That should have felt like victory. It didn't. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe I'd seen too much wreckage for the word to mean anything useful. Or maybe some part of me already knew the real problem wasn't whether the data was valuable. It was why it had been hidden in the first place. I shifted against the bed, every muscle objecting in sequence. What exactly did I bring back? Robbins gave me the look senior officers use when they want credit for honesty without paying for disclosure. More than we thought. Enough to make our best briefings about the skulls look incomplete. Incomplete, I said. That's a polished word. It's the one I'm using. I let that sit for a second. The monitors at my bedside kept softly proving I was alive. Somewhere behind the partition, somebody coughed wetly into a mask. Medbay smelled like antiseptic and warmed plastic and the thin, humiliating edge of survival. In Spheris Solis, I said, that scout didn't feel wrong in the way we've been told to expect. His eyes came back to mine. I kept going. It flew too well, not just well, familiarly. The maneuvering, the timing, the way it used dead space and debris to shape the fight. That wasn't an animal crashing through instinct. That was discipline, training. It felt... I stopped, because saying it aloud made it worse. It felt like fighting someone from our own academy. Robbins said nothing. That was the moment the room changed. Not visibly. The walls stayed white. The monitors kept counting. But silence has weight when the wrong man chooses it. If I had been wrong, he would have corrected me. If I had been delirious, he would have said so. If I had been drawing neat patterns out of trauma and exhaustion, he would have cut the thought off before it had room to stand. He didn't. He looked away instead, jaw tightening once, just enough to register as damage. And in that silence, I learned more than any formal briefing would have told me. Whatever the Magellan had found, whatever command was now moving heaven and committee to respond to, it lived somewhere near the shape of my suspicion. The enemy was not merely stronger, stranger, or more organized than we had believed. The enemy was closer, closer in method, closer in thought, close enough that recognition had entered the fight before I had words for it. Robbins folded his hands slowly, buying time without admitting he needed any. The general is en route to Earth, he said at last. He intends to put this in front of people who have spent too long treating the war as a perimeter issue. That sounds optimistic. It is necessary. I watched him for another second, then let the change of subject pass, not because I was satisfied, but because I understood refusal when I heard it. Whatever he knew, he either couldn't say it yet or wouldn't. With Robbins, the distinction usually mattered. This time I wasn't sure it did. And Honaker? I asked. That made him look back. She survived. I hadn't realized how badly I'd been braced for the other answer until the pressure eased out of me all at once, leaving only something rawer behind. How bad? Robbins reached into his coat and pulled out a slim tactical printout, more habit than necessity. Her automation package forced an emergency jump just ahead of the frigate's terminal breakup. A patrol picked up her beacon near Vesta Gate. He glanced down once, though I got the sense he already knew the lines by heart. Multiple severe injuries, spinal damage, extensive burns, internal trauma. They moved her to a reconstruction facility in the Corps. Reconstruction, a good directorate word. Efficient, expensive, grimly optimistic. She's awake? Not for long from what I've heard. They stabilized her and moved fast. I stared at the blanket over my legs. I left her. It came out flatter than I intended, but there it was. Robbins didn't rescue me from it. You jumped with the data. I know what I did. He let that breathe. Then, the Valkyrie's combat recorder confirms your torpedoes destroyed the frigate. Without that strike, she would have died. There are facts that comfort and facts that accuse. This one managed both badly, so I had saved her. Only after leaving her behind. I tried the thought on from several angles and hated all of them equally. Duty made one case, loyalty made another, Necessity, which is war's favorite defense, made the strongest argument of all. None of it altered the sequence. She had stayed visible so I could carry the data out. I had obeyed the mission and fired my parting shot from a retreating ship. The torpedoes had done their work. So had she. "We make a good team," I said, "because bitterness is easiest when the alternatives are gratitude and guilt." Robbins almost smiled. It didn't survive long enough to count. He stood, and the room felt smaller when he did. "Rest while you can." That sounds ominous. It's practical. He adjusted the cuff on his damaged hand, an old unconscious movement. The data didn't just change strategy, it created options, dangerous ones, conditional ones. The general took a list of personnel likely to be relevant if authority comes down. I looked at him. "And? Your name is on it." Of course it was. He moved toward the hatch, then stopped with his hand near the panel, not turning around immediately. When he finally did, his expression had settled back into command neutrality. But there was something under it now. Fatigue, maybe, or the strain of carrying knowledge that had not yet been made speakable. "Get stronger," he said. "Whatever this is, it isn't over." Then he left. The hatch sealed. Med Bay kept humming. Somewhere nearby, a machine announced a successful infusion in a pleasant tone that made me dislike it on principle. I lay there staring at the ceiling and tried, for a little while, to arrange the last few days into a shape that made sense. Tactical victory, recovered data, confirmed survival, enemy loss. The kind of outcome command could use in a briefing if they were careful with the verbs. But the comfort wouldn't hold, because the real thing I had brought back from Spheris Solis wasn't just a data package, it was a feeling, a recognition I couldn't unlearn. The scout that had nearly killed me had not moved like a monster from the edge of comprehension. It had moved like an answer to a question our side had been asking for a long time. Same logic, same instincts, same tactical literacy. A mirror, not in appearance, but in method. And Robbins had not denied it. That was the part that stayed with me after the painkillers started winning again. Not what he said, what he refused to say against. The mirror was real.
Chapter 19. A Whiskey Recovery.
3 hours out of Med Bay, I found myself in a bar on the lower industrial ring with a glass in my hand and no particular memory of deciding to come. The place was called the Spigot, which told you everything you needed to know about the level of imagination available on McCain. It was wedged between a machine shop and a pressure lock that looked like it had failed inspection often enough to become a local landmark. The air smelled like fryer grease, old coolant, and the accumulated fatigue of people who worked too close to engines and guns. The lights buzzed, the tables leaned. Nobody in the room looked surprised to be there. I drank the way scouts drink when they are trying not to think too much, not fast, not messy. There would be no theatrical collapse, no broad confessions, no fists on tables, just measured poison administered with professional discipline while the mind remained somewhere else entirely. My body was back on McCain. The rest of me was still in Spheris Solis, listening to hull taps in the dark and waiting for another white shape to step out of the wreckage. The Marines in the room knew who I was, or at least they thought they did. They didn't come over all at once. That would have made it personal. Instead, they acknowledged me the McCain way, a nod from one table, a lifted glass from another, drinks appearing near my elbow that I had not ordered and no one expected thanks for. Silent respect, silent curiosity. The kind of treatment you give a man when you know only fragments of what happened and the fragments are large enough to be remarkable. Rumors move faster than orders on stations like McCain. Something had happened in the graveyard at Spheris Solis. A scout had gone in alone and come back with something important. A skull ship had died. Another scout had nearly died. The Magellan was involved. Directorate brass were suddenly walking faster than usual and using private rooms more often. That was enough. Give lower decks a handful of facts, and they would build you a legend before your second drink. The problem was that I had been present for the facts, and legends never survive contact with process. In the mirror behind the bar, I caught my own reflection between bottlenecks and hanging light glare. I looked less like a hero than a man the medtechs had put back together in a hurry because command still had uses for him. There was still fatigue under my skin, still something hollow around the eyes. The station, meanwhile, had apparently decided to cast me as the scout who went into a graveyard and came back with a prize clenched in his teeth. One of the younger Marines detached himself from a table near the rear bulkhead and drifted over with the careful respect of someone approaching either a superior officer or unexploded ordnance. He set a fresh glass down near my hand. "Heard you found the Magellan, sir." "Did you?" I asked. He smiled in the nervous way young enlisted men do when they are testing the edges of a story they already want to believe. "People are saying it changes things." "People say that every week." "This sounds different." I looked at him then. Fresh haircut, new scars from a recent battle trying hard to look old, the kind of face that still had room in it for faith. "Different how?" He hesitated, sensing too late that he had wandered out beyond his depth. "Bigger, I guess." That almost made me smile. Bigger is just a word people use when they don't have the details yet. He nodded, took the correction without resentment, and withdrew before I had to dismiss him. Smart kid. On McCain, survival often began with learning when another man's silence was a closed door and not an invitation. I drank some more and let the room continue manufacturing its version of me. Around the bar, conversation stayed low, but never fully resumed its old shape. I could feel the sideways glances, the speculative pauses, the way younger Marines looked over as if heroism might be contagious at close range. I wondered what exactly they imagined, me dodging through wreckage with composure and precision, bringing back the fate of the war in one hand while death politely missed with the other. They never imagine the stupid parts. They never imagine the waiting, the half-restored systems, the fear that arrives as arithmetic, the moments where duty and cowardice wear the same face, and you only learn which was which afterward. The hatch cycled open behind me with a pneumatic hiss I recognized before I turned. The room changed by a degree or two, not silence, just a lowering of noise, a subtle shift in posture as enlisted bodies made space for rank by instinct. Robbins came in wearing fatigue and authority, like they had been issued together. He fit in places like this in the way some officers never do. Not because he was relaxed. Robbins was never relaxed, but because he understood the moral weather of a room built out of labor, boredom, and moral damage. He saw me at the bar, took in the glass, the untouched second one beside it, the audience pretending not to watch, and came over without wasting any motion. He stopped next to my stool. "You look terrible." That's becoming a popular opinion. He glanced at the bar mirror, at the room behind us. "You're attracting attention." I took a measured sip. I thought that was supposed to happen after saving civilization. "You didn't save civilization," he said. "You survived a mission. That never sounds as good in recruiting material." He ignored that and put one hand on the bar, the damaged one, scarred and missing fingers. The gesture carried more weight than it should have. Not threat, not comfort, ownership of the conversation. "You can't stay on McCain." That cut through the alcohol more cleanly than any amount of coffee could have. I turned slightly on the stool to look at him properly. Can't or shouldn't? Both. Behind us, the Marines had become very interested in their drinks. I said, "That sounds administrative." "It is administrative." His eyes stayed on mine. "And operational." There it was. Not exile exactly, not reward either. Something in the middle, which in Directorate terms usually meant necessity wearing civilian clothes. "The rumors are getting ahead of us," Robbins said. "What you brought back is already causing movement at levels above this station. That kind of movement draws curiosity. Curiosity draws pressure. You being visible here gives the wrong people something to think about. We don't want them thinking." I let that settle. It fit too neatly with what I'd already sensed in medbay, strategy changing, briefings aging in real time, certain questions becoming dangerous by the mere act of being asked aloud. "So I'm being removed from the board." His expression barely changed, which counted as confirmation. Officially, he said, you are being granted mandatory recovery leave following combat trauma, exposure stress, and prolonged operational deprivation. That sounds generous. It sounds billable. Despite myself, I huffed out a laugh. Where? Organist. For a second, I honestly thought I had misheard him. You're kidding. I am not. Organist, I repeated. Ocean world, resorts, real weather, soft gravity, rich people pretending waves are profound. Among other things, I looked back into my glass. You're sending me to a beach. I'm sending you somewhere people don't go looking for battlefield answers. That was Robbins at his clearest, never kind enough to lie prettily when a colder truth would do. Around us, lower deck life resumed its motion in careful increments. Somebody at the far end of the room laughed too loudly. A chair scraped. The bartender polished a glass with the concentration of a man committed to never hearing anything useful. But I could feel the pressure Robbins meant all the same. The station was already building a version of me it liked better than the real article. Survivor, recovery asset, graveyard scout, man who changed things. And if higher command was moving pieces because of what I'd brought back, then myth was no longer harmless. Myth attracts inquiry. Inquiry attracts handlers. And handlers, in my experience, rarely come bearing simple futures. I said, when do I leave? Today? That soon? He gave me a dry look. I came to a bar on the lower ring to tell you personally. How leisurely did you think this was? Fair. I drained the glass and set it down more gently than the moment deserved. Am I supposed to enjoy this? Robbins took a second before answering. Officially, yes. And unofficially? He looked at me for a long moment, and in that pause, I could see the rest of the truth standing just outside the room with its hands in its pockets. The data was real. The strategy shift was real. Whatever was happening above us had already begun. Organist was recovery on paper and absence in practice. A soft place to put a man until somebody decided how dangerous, useful, or inconvenient he had become. Unofficially, he said, stay out of sight. Get your strength back. Wait. For what? For permission. For orders. For the world to decide what it thinks you are. I smiled at that, though there was no humor in it. That sounds unhealthy. So are most things worth doing. He straightened and stepped back from the bar. The conversation, like most things with Robbins, ended not when it felt finished, but when he had decided enough truth had been exchanged to be useful. As he turned, I said, Colonel. He paused. Do I get to know whether this is protection or containment? Without looking back, he said, yes. Then he walked out. I sat there for a while after he left, listening to the bar reassemble itself around the space he'd occupied. Another drink appeared by my hand. I did not ask from whom. Across the room, one of the younger Marines glanced over and then away when our eyes nearly met, as if he had just realized heroes were less accessible up close than rumor had promised. Maybe that was the only honest thing that had happened in the room all night. I was being sent away because the station could feel pressure building around me and wanted me somewhere quieter when it broke. The official language would call it recovery. The unofficial language would never be written down, removed from circulation, taken out of the current, preserved for later use, hidden until needed, hidden until safe, hidden until not safe at all. I looked at myself again in the mirror behind the bar. The man staring back did not look legendary. He looked temporary. That, more than anything, convinced me to go.
Chapter 20. Administration.
I spent 20 minutes staring at transfer orders I knew were a lie. From the observation slit above primary docking, I watched Mercer's transport clear the ring and burn outward, a hard white shard slipping free of McCain's industrial halo. On paper, it was medical leave, mandatory recovery. Organist, of all places, sun, water, open air, the Directorate's idea of mercy dressed up as a resort posting. The wording was elegant enough to survive signatures from 3 departments and stupid enough to insult anyone who read closely. Mercer was not being rewarded. He was being removed from circulation. That was the kind version. The less kind version was that McCain had started to attract the wrong gravity. Since the Magellan data came in, the station had developed that particular tension institutions get when truth arrives faster than hierarchy can metabolize it. Internal security had begun asking narrow questions in broad language. Political staffers from core side offices were requesting sanitized summaries, then unsanitized ones, then access lists they had no business seeing. Command factions were forming around interpretations of data no one had yet admitted aloud in complete sentences. Too many people suddenly wanted to know what Mercer had seen, what he had brought back, and what he had inferred before exhaustion and injury laid him down in Med Bay. Mercer was safest out of sight. I had not told him everything because some knowledge does not protect a man. It merely paints a brighter target on him. If Mercer understood how much of Spheris Solis had already begun to smell wrong to the right people, if he understood how the sabotage indicators, the tactical signatures, and the Magellan's buried findings were starting to collapse into one unbearable possibility, then Organist would not have been available to him. He would have been diverted into a sealed facility with no windows and polite men from internal security asking patient questions designed to become permanent. So I had wrapped necessity in the language of recovery and sent him to an ocean world. Organist was a ridiculous place, which was part of its usefulness. Expensive weather, imported beaches, architectural softness designed to convince wealthy civilians they still lived in a civilization too refined to be touched by war. Mercer would hate it almost immediately. Men built for pressure hulls rarely trust open skies. But hatred was fine. Organist was not meant to comfort him. It was meant to hide him in plain sight while larger machinery turned. And that machinery was already moving. McCain had begun to hum with a different kind of administrative music. Quiet requisitions marked under harmless headings, flight crews reassigned through dull paperwork that concealed unusual urgency. Maintenance teams for Sims-class scout hulls pulled from other sectors without explanation. Weapons authorizations routed through channels normally reserved for contingency doctrine nobody wanted to name before using. Personnel archives were being opened on pilots with the right blend of independence, survivability, and moral flexibility. Support specialists were being moved in 2s and 3s. Logistics was pretending not to notice. I noticed. De Tessero was building something, not officially. Nothing existed on paper yet that would survive scrutiny as a declaration. But I had spent too long in uniform to mistake the shape of preparation once it started emerging through bureaucracy. This was not reinforcement. It was not a standing task reorganization or a routine force adjustment. It was the early skeleton of a black unit. Scouts, almost certainly, with restricted support and mission parameters nobody would discuss until after they had already failed or succeeded. A formation meant to move faster and quieter than doctrine usually allowed. The kind of tool institutions reach for only after deciding the old vocabulary is no longer equal to the problem. Mercer's name was already attached to it, not publicly, not cleanly, but I had seen it embedded in enough places to know. A personnel pull here, a medical readiness annotation there, a transfer hold that should not have existed unless somebody with authority intended to use the man again soon. Mercer was not being retired from the board. He was being set aside until the next phase was ready for him. That left me with a question I did not enjoy asking myself. Was I protecting Mercer or preserving him? I stood at the observation slit until the transport was no longer visible, my damaged hand stiff with old weather and older memory. McCain vibrated around me in its endless mechanical rhythm, a station full of patched bulkheads, recycled air, and bad decisions made presentable through paperwork. I had bought Mercer time. That part was true. I had also delivered him, however temporarily, into the gap between discovery and use. There was no cleaner option. If Mercer stayed, the station would chew him up with attention before anyone decided whether to weaponize him, bury him, or both. If Mercer went, he at least had distance, Distance from internal security, from politicians, from the factions already circling the Magellan findings like carrion birds around something still deciding whether it was dead. So I sent him away. Organist would do for now. Sunlight, surf, false peace. The sort of place a damaged scout could vanish for a little while inside a fiction everyone agreed not to examine too closely. I imagined Mercer stepping off the transport in a place too soft to trust, looking at the open horizon as if it were another kind of trap. He would think he had been sent there to recover. He would probably know that was only half true. What Mercer still did not see was that rest had nothing to do with the real purpose. The Directorate was not finished with him. It was only waiting until it knew what exactly it wanted him to become.
Chapter 21, Recovery.
I woke in a core rehabilitation facility built to reassure rich people that suffering could be made tasteful. High ceilings, soft music, walls painted a shade of blue chosen, no doubt, by a committee that believed color could talk a person out of rage. The place smelled faintly of antiseptic and citrus, like somebody had tried to disinfect pain and make it feel expensive. They called what they'd done to me reconstruction. That was true, as far as the word went. My spine was now a lattice of Directorate alloy, nerve shunts, and scar tissue persuaded into cooperation by better engineering than nature had ever offered. My left arm still felt half foreign. My balance came and went. Pain arrived in bright, electrical weather fronts that no longer seemed entirely native to my body. I was alive, technically. Rebuilt, certainly. Restored was another matter. The staff moved around me with the polished courtesy people reserve for unstable machinery. They said recovery when they meant adaptation. They said outcome when they meant compromise. They said future role in the same tone priests use for the afterlife. Softly, as if gentleness might make the loss easier to accept. It didn't. I was strapped into a gait harness when the flight surgeon came to find me. A clean-handed man in his 30s with a calm face and the posture of someone accustomed to delivering irreversible things in measured language. He waited until I finished the walking set before stepping in front of me. Professional, careful, not cruel. That made him harder to hate properly. "Captain Honaker," he said, glancing down at his pad, "your reconstruction is progressing ahead of schedule." That sounds like the front half of bad news. A small, controlled smile. It means the implants are integrating, motor response is improving, pain management is within projected range, but flight status is a separate determination. There it was. I stepped out of the harness and felt the rebuilt hardware in my back hum at the effort. How separate? He hesitated, which told me more than the answer would. Given the spinal trauma, the burns, and the extent of augmentation, he said, it is very likely you'll be permanently disqualified from active scout flight. The room didn't go silent. Facilities like this never do. Ventilation kept whispering. Machines kept blinking. Somewhere down the hall, somebody laughed too loudly at something medicated. But the world inside my skin narrowed all the same. He kept talking, because men like him always do when they think the first cut needs dressing. There are other ways to serve: tactical analysis, training command, doctrine development. With your record, you could still be of enormous value to the Directorate. I looked at him. By sitting down. At a desk. He let that land without flinching. Smart, or practiced. Behind him, my physical therapist shifted her weight like she was considering whether she might need to intervene. I took a step forward instead, then another. Slow, ugly, mechanical steps. My body still moved like something recently negotiated back from the dead. Every motion reminded me what had been done to me. Every motion also reminded me that it was still mine. "You ever flown combat, Doctor?" I asked. "No." "You ever had your cockpit catch fire around you?" "No." You ever felt your ship make the decision that surviving without your permission was the only remaining option? His jaw tightened a fraction. No. Then don't tell me what my body is for. I stopped close enough that he had to tip his chin up to keep eye contact. My left hand had started to shake again. My right one stayed steady. That felt symbolic in some irritating way. You think this is recovery, I said. It isn't. It's limitation with better branding. His expression didn't change much, but I could see the effort it cost him to keep it there. If I clear you too early and your implants fail under combat load, you don't just die, you take someone with you. That hit harder than I wanted it to, not because he was cruel, because he was rational. Enemy fire was easier. Enemy fire wanted you dead and said so honestly. Bureaucracy was more elegant. It could end a pilot with concern in its voice and a stack of forms in its hand. It could reduce a life to a risk profile, a flight status review, a recommendation phrased so gently that by the time you understood what had been taken, the decision was already archived. I hated him a little for making sense. He lowered the pad. I'm not saying never, Captain. I'm saying not now. Your body has to prove it can carry the machine before we let the machine carry you. That was the first honest sentence he'd given me. I stepped back before anger turned into something that would end up in my chart under behavioral concerns. The harness arms swayed beside me, open and waiting, caging disguised as assistance. Later, after they had flagged me with predictable words like non-compliant and elevated aggression, I got news from McCain by way of a friend who still knew how to use unofficial channels. Mercer had been shipped off station to Organis for mandatory recovery. Organis, a beach world. I laughed when I heard it, and the laugh hurt badly enough to remind me I was not as healed as my chart claimed. Robbins did not send men like Mercer to beaches because he believed in sunlight. He sent them there when he wanted them out of sight without admitting he was hiding them, or when someone above him did. Maybe Mercer thought he'd been sent away to rest. Maybe he even knew better. It didn't matter. The shape of it was obvious. Something had come back from Spheris Solis besides data, and command was already moving pieces before the board had been shown to everyone playing. I lay back and stared at the ceiling, while the shunts in my spine hummed like cold insects under the skin. Around me, the facility continued its soft, expensive ritual of managed survival. They wanted patience from me, gratitude, adjustment. They wanted me to accept a revised future in which I remained useful so long as I stayed out of a cockpit and translated my life into lessons for other people. They could keep the language. I was going to fly again. And when I did, I was going to find Mercer, find Robbins, and join whatever was taking shape behind all this careful silence.
Chapter 22, Organis.
The first thing that hit me about Organis was the weather, real, honest-to-God weather. Not the postcard version, not the blue water or the white architecture or the long, clean horizon they put in recruitment clips for exhausted officers and rich civilians, pretending they still believed in the Directorate's benevolence. No, the first thing that got me was the air itself, real air. Open, wet, warm, moving across my face without passing through filters, ducts, vents, or somebody else's lungs first. I stepped off the shuttle and stood there for a second under a sky so wide it felt structurally unsound, and my body reacted like I'd walked into a trap. McCain had trained certain expectations into my nerves. Steel over my head, deck beneath my boots, the station's endless mechanical pulse under everything, like a second heartbeat you stopped hearing only when something went wrong. On McCain, every space is shaped by engineering and compromise, weight, pressure, utility. Even the silence has machinery under it. Organis had none of that. No bulkheads, no corridor angles, no safe little compression of the world into known surfaces and manageable distances. Just light, wind, and open atmosphere stretched in all directions like someone had decided walls were a moral failure. I hated it immediately. Organis was beautiful in a way that made suspicion feel like the only reasonable response. The sky was too blue, the ocean was too deliberate. Sunlight lay across the water in broad sheets of hammered silver, and the breeze carried salt, flowering things, and some expensive botanical note I couldn't identify, because nobody on McCain spent money making the air smell like serenity. The paths from the shuttleport curved through low gardens arranged to look natural in the same way parade uniforms are arranged to look effortless. White stone, pale wood, soft transitions, nothing sharp enough to cut yourself on unless you counted the intent behind it. I did. A transport cart waited at the edge of the landing apron with my name already on its side panel in neat, tasteful lettering. Not military stencil. Resort script trying very hard not to look like authority. The man beside it wore civilian hospitality colors with the poise and control of somebody who had once been taught to clear rooms. With grenades and automatic fire, he smiled the way people do when they want you to notice their teeth and not their disciplined posture. "Lieutenant Mercer," he said, "welcome to Organis." That stopped me for a second. Not the greeting, the title. Scouts don't usually get welcomed anywhere, and certainly not by name. We get routed, processed, quietly handled. This had polish on it. "Do I have a choice?" I asked. His smile adjusted by less than a millimeter. "Your accommodations are prepared." A beautiful answer, responsive in all the wrong ways. I let him take my bag because refusing would have been theatrical, and I was too tired to perform for strangers. The cart glided soundlessly away from the shuttle apron and into a complex so carefully designed it felt less built than edited. Villas sat tucked into terraces overlooking the sea, each one positioned to imply privacy without ever fully promising it. Glass walls, open decks, pools so still they looked conceptual. Somewhere water moved over stone with the expensive restraint of something engineered to suggest peace without ever risking noise. The whole place had the clean, curated softness of a simulation meant to calm an agitated subject. The contrast with McCain was so extreme it wrapped around and became absurd. On the station, everything leaks a little. Paint flakes, metal scars, seals discolor. Utility always shows through. Organis had been polished right up to the edge of deceit. If there were maintenance access panels here, they had been taught shame. If there were drains, they had been hidden for aesthetic reasons. Even the staff moved with that core world elegance that says somebody else handles the uglier functions of reality. I found myself missing the station with a suddenness that annoyed me. Not because McCain was lovable. McCain is a tin can full of fatigue and violence held together by procedure and profanity. But it's honest. It smells like what it is. Organis smelled like a lie told at low volume. My assigned villa sat on a rise above the water. All white surfaces and broad windows and shaded deck space facing the ocean, as though the horizon were some kind of amenity. Inside, the place was cool and spare. Real wood. Stone counters, fabric furniture no sane military quartermaster would ever approve. There was even a bowl of fruit on the table, which felt like satire. For a moment I just stood in the middle of the room with my bag still in one hand and tried to understand how a man was supposed to occupy that much softness without violating some kind of law. A wall display lit when I came within range. "Lieutenant Mercer," it said in a voice so smooth it might have been machine-generated or professionally trained to imitate the absence of threat. "Your medical recovery schedule, physical therapy plan, and wellness options are available whenever you're ready." Wellness options. I stared at the display until it politely dimmed itself. There it was. Not vacation, not leave, placement. Everything I needed had already been selected, timed, curated. The villa, the transport, the medical oversight hidden just below the pleasant surface. Even the angle of the windows felt chosen. Enough openness to soothe. Enough distance from everyone else to isolate. Enough luxury to make complaint sound ungrateful. They hadn't sent me here to rest. They had sent me here to be kept in a softer box, I walked out onto the deck and looked at the ocean. It was enormous in the way only natural things can be enormous. Horizontal instead of vertical, endless instead of enclosing. Waves moved in long, patient lines toward the shore, folding themselves down into white lace against the rocks below. The sound of them should have been calming. People write poetry about sounds like that. People with uninjured nervous systems and a belief in endings, maybe. To me, it just sounded like repetition without purpose. Advance, break, retreat, advance again. A system executing itself forever with no regard for witnesses. The sky above it was still too wide. I leaned on the railing and immediately didn't like having my back exposed to so much empty space, old habits, or current ones. Hard to say where those lines were anymore. I shifted position until the villa wall covered one flank and felt idiotic for doing it. Then I stayed that way anyway. Lisa came to me there, as she had the bad habit of doing, whenever I found myself somewhere quiet enough to think. Not as a ghost. Nothing so dramatic, just memory arriving with all the force of weather, the shape of her face in half-light, the sound of her moving through ordinary space without tactical purpose, the way she used to inhabit rooms as if they were meant for living in rather than escaping from. Lisa had always understood home as a practice, a thing you made with attention, with repetition, with trust in tomorrow. I had admired that in her the way men admire languages they will never speak correctly. Standing on a deck above an impossible blue ocean, I found myself wondering whether I still knew how to exist anywhere that wasn't held together by threat, whether I had ever known. The cottage came back too, because memory is greedy once you let it feed. Pine air, lake light, bare feet on weathered boards. Another life arranged around small things that had once seemed too modest to count as meaning. Lisa belonged to that old internal geography somehow. Not in fact maybe, but in emotional architecture. She represented the same impossible category, home not as coordinates, but as permission to stop bracing. I didn't know how to do that anymore. Maybe that was the real injury. Not the bruises, the blood loss, the nervous system still flinching at bright reflections and sudden tones. Maybe the real damage was simpler and harder to repair. War had taught me to read all stillness as temporary and all comfort as bait. It had made me competent in ways civilized life does not reward, and had left the rest of me underdeveloped, like a limb neglected after a break. Below me, a pair of people walked the shoreline barefoot, carrying drinks with slices of fruit in them, their conversation lifted away by the wind before it reached me. They looked absurdly unguarded. Maybe they were. Maybe Organis was full of men and women rich enough or well-connected enough to outsource vigilance. Or maybe they were being watched, too, and simply lacked the training to feel it. Because I felt it. Not cameras exactly, though I was sure those existed. Not obvious security. Organis was too sophisticated for visible force. It was the deeper kind of surveillance, the kind built into service. The timing of arrivals, the flawless handoffs, the discreet medical check-ins embedded in leisure, the way the transport operator had known my rank and not asked whether I wanted anything at all. Somebody was tracking my recovery. Somebody was monitoring my movement while making sure I never had to collide directly with the people doing it. The luxury wasn't meant to free me from structure. It was meant to make the structure frictionless. A prison with sea breeze. That was unfair, probably. There were worse places to be hidden, but the thought stayed. I went back inside and opened the storage compartment where they'd put my things. Clothes, folded. A data terminal with restricted civilian access. Medication arranged with humiliating neatness. No sidearm, of course. No access to flight systems. No meaningful route back into anything useful without somebody else's permission. Even my rest had parameters. I laughed once. Quietly, because Robbins had at least done me the courtesy of not overselling it. He'd said the beach was wrapping paper. He'd been right. Organis was beautiful wrapping paper around the same old directorate instinct, preserve the asset, limit the variables, maintain future options. Future options. That was the phrase underneath all of it, whether anyone said it aloud or not. Whatever had come back with me from Spheris Solis, whatever the Magellan data had set in motion, had not ended when my shuttle touched down. I had not been released from the story. I had been repositioned inside it, moved off the visible board, while larger hands arranged pieces I was not yet allowed to see. The stillness here wasn't peace, it was staging. That realization should have depressed me. Instead, it brought a kind of clarity. Suspicion is easier to live in than gratitude when gratitude feels unearned. I understood being held in reserve. I understood being used later. Those were military truths. Sunlight and open air were the camouflage. By evening, the sky had gone gold in the theatrical way only planets with too much atmosphere and too much money seemed to manage. The sea darkened by degrees. Lights came up along the paths below, subtle and warm and carefully spaced, like the whole world had been arranged to soothe an expensive conscience. I sat on the deck with a glass of something cold I hadn't asked for, and watched paradise perform itself. It never once convinced me. Still, I stayed there. That was the hardest part to admit. I stayed. I let the air move over me. I listened to the ocean work at the shore. I sat in a place not made of steel and did not immediately flee back into narrower geometry. Maybe that counted as progress. Maybe it counted as exhaustion. Either way, the moment held. Temporary safety. That was real. Freedom was something else entirely. Out on the horizon, where the last of the light was flattening into a pale wound, I found myself imagining jump flare, white rupture, a ship tearing its way into the dark on bad necessity. Kira somewhere in a reconstruction ward, refusing to become a patient in spirit. Robbins on McCain lying to people more important than him for reasons he probably considered practical. De Tessero carrying my data into rooms where men and women with clean hands would decide what shape of violence came next. And me, here, on an ocean world built to look like release. I understood then that whatever came next would involve me, whether I consented or not. You don't hide a man this carefully unless you expect to need him. You don't remove him from a station full of rumors unless the rumors are close to something true. Organist was not an ending. It was a pause with scenery. The light faded slowly, which somehow made it less trustworthy. By the time the first stars came out, I was still sitting on the deck with my back against the wall and the whole open dark in front of me, trying to remember whether there had ever been a version of my life that wasn't just waiting for the next thing to reveal its teeth. If there had been, I couldn't quite reach it from here. The ocean kept breathing. The villa lights stayed soft. Somewhere behind the curated quiet of Organist, systems I couldn't see were still counting me, tagging me, preserving me for later use. For tonight, that would have to pass for safety. It did not pass for freedom.
Chapter 23. The Mission.
I had spent enough years in uniform to know that the truth about most wars outlived the lies governments told about them. The old story about the Dominion and the skulls had been useful while it lasted. Containment, border security, managed escalation along the traverse, a patient war against an inhuman enemy whose intentions, though violent, remained strategically legible, expensive, brutal, endurable. The sort of conflict institutions could survive by feeding men into it one ledger line at a time. The data from the Magellan had killed that story. I stood in a secure operations vault on Earth with the file suspended in front of me, layers of decrypted architecture turning slowly in the air. Ship telemetry, sabotage indicators, recovered research notes, tactical overlays from Spheris Solis. Fragments of inference welded together by frightened analysts working at unreasonable speed. Around me, the room stayed dim and cold and built for the management of irreversible decisions. Politicians had already had their first look. Some had gone pale. Some had argued for suppression. Some had done what civilians in power always do when reality becomes expensive. They asked whether the truth could be delayed long enough to improve the optics of delivering it. I had listened as long as discipline required. Then I had begun making other arrangements. A second display opened at my command. Personnel files. Scout candidates, though not candidates in any ordinary sense. These were not the clean and eager, not the polished products of Academy optimism. These were survivors, outliers, difficult men and women whose service records read less like careers than arguments with death. Pilots who flew too well under pressure, officers who had disobeyed the right things, people who had seen the war up close enough to stop believing official language without becoming useless to it. People like Lieutenant Kai Mercer and Captain Kira Honaker. Others followed. Combat citations, psychological summaries, injury reports, unflattering annotations from commanders who preferred easier subordinates, flight survivability curves that climbed where probability said they should have flattened. Each file carried damage. That, too, was part of the pattern. The war ahead would not be won by the undamaged. The undamaged still belonged to the old understanding. That understanding was finished. On Organis, I knew that Mercer stood under an open sky with the posture of a man who treated beauty like a security flaw. I had seen the intake images only minutes earlier. He had been discharged from transport, medically stable, and his eyes were still scanning horizon lines as if a beach might open fire. Good. A man like that would hate being hidden, which meant he would still have enough edge left when the hiding ended. In a core rehabilitation facility, I knew that Honaker moved through assisted therapy with mechanical fury, each step an act of refusal. Her surgeons had rebuilt her. Her administrators were already trying to redefine her. I knew the type on sight. She would not accept ceremonial survival. Also useful. On McCain, I knew that Robbins was watching my preparations take shape with the grim intelligence of a man who understood exactly what he was seeing and disliked all available interpretations. Quiet requisitions, sealed authorizations, maintenance crews shifted to new tasks under boring headings, special clearances propagating through channels that only lit up when the Directorate intended to create something deniable. I knew that Robbins thought I was going crazy. I also knew that the Colonel would not interfere, at least not while there was a mission to run. I respected him for that. I closed Honaker's file and opened the requisition stream. Sims-class scout support, ship upgrades, restricted munitions packages, modular intelligence architecture, autonomous recovery permissions, off-ledger fuel allocations. The pieces of a unit were already present. What remained was doctrine, command authority, and the courage to name a mission that would not survive public scrutiny until after it succeeded. Not a containment force, not a patrol wing, a truth hunt. Something had been buried inside the war as they had understood it. Something disciplined. Something mirrored. Something close enough to human method to rot the language they had been using to describe the enemy. The Magellan had found it. Mercer had touched it. Honaker had bled inside its perimeter. Now the Directorate faced the oldest and ugliest institutional choice: deny what the evidence implied, or build a weapon shaped for the implication. I chose the latter because history had never once rewarded hesitation after recognition. A prompt blinked. Special authorization. Black Scout Initiative Foundational Personnel Review confirm. I did not press it immediately. For a second, I looked beyond the displays to the darkened glass of the vault, where my own reflection hovered over the ghost light of data and personnel records. Behind me lay the old war, reports, attrition tables, ceremonial dead, decades of fighting something they had insisted on calling alien, as if alien meant exempt from resemblance. Ahead lay a different conflict, one not yet named and therefore more dangerous than any declared campaign. A war closer to intelligence than offense, closer to recognition than conquest. Headquarters would say the Spheris Solis mission had succeeded. Data recovered. 2 hostile vessels destroyed. Directorate assets partially preserved. The truth was that a graveyard had spoken, and the Directorate had finally heard it. I touched the authorization field. The system accepted me at once. New files opened, personnel locks shifted, hidden funding routes came awake inside the machine. Somewhere on Organis, Mercer remained under soft sky and surveillance. Somewhere in rehab, Honaker forced her rebuilt body one step further than medicine considered polite. Somewhere on McCain, Robbins watched the invisible architecture of the next phase begin to harden around people he had hoped, briefly, to spare. The old understanding of the war was dead. The new one had not yet learned its name. I stood in the cold light of the vault and began assembling the people who would have to go find it.
Thank you for listening. This has been Spheris Solis, The Magellan Run, by J.P. Springett II. If you enjoyed this short story, please find any of the other excellent books written by the author, all found for sale on Amazon. Or please visit Commodore's Ridge Publishing on the web or YouTube.
In the darkest silent hum, shadows whisper where I'm from. Stars don't blink, they only stare. Is it